My name is Rolando Bonilla. I am the chair of the San Jose Planning Commission. Staff, can you please insert the Spanish language video at this moment, please? Is the video being queued up?
It looks like our staff froze on their end. 1 second.
Okay. To the audience, thank you for your patience. We will be with you shortly as we queue up the video. Can anyone hear audio on that?
No.
No audio. We'll have to replay it, please.
Apologies for the technical difficulties.
No, I understand. And also, if someone can kindly allow Commissioner Lardenois on as a panelist, he's trying to get in. Thank you. Jen, it seems like we're still having difficulty, correct?
Yeah, we're having difficulties right now.
But that's okay. Our Spanish interpreters are online. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then we're just going to have to just go ahead and continue. Okay, welcome to the Planning Commission meeting. This meeting is being held via Zoom conference call due to the COVID-19 crisis. Members of the public may participate by following the instructions listed on the agenda. You may also view and listen to the meeting on live stream cable TV, Granicus, and YouTube. Following roll call during summary of hearing procedure, we will review how the public may provide comment during today's session. I will now take the roll call. Bonilla, here. Casey.
Here.
Caballero informed me that she's running a little late, so she is not here at the moment. Cantrell.
Here.
Garcia. Lardenois. I know Commissioner Lardenois is trying to get in. Have we been able to get him on as a panelist? And Garcia may be out there too.
Commissioner Lardenois will be marked as present because it's there.
So Lardenois is here? Oh, okay, Montañez. Oliverio.
Here.
Ornelas Wise.
Here.
Torrance.
Here.
Young.
Here.
And at the moment, Garcia and Caballero, Garcia, and Montañez are absent at the moment. All right, we will now move on to summary of hearing procedures. The procedure for this hearing is as follows. After the staff report, applicants and appellants may make a 5-minute presentation. City staff will call out names of the public who identify the items they want to speak on. You may identify yourself by the raised hand feature on Zoom. Click *9 on your phone, or you may call 408-535-3505 or email planningsupportstaff@sanjoseca.gov and identify your name, phone number, and what item or items you'd like to speak on. As your name is called, city staff will unmute you to speak. After we confirm your audio is working, your allotted time will begin. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Speakers using a translator will have 4 minutes. After the public testimony, the applicant and appellant may make closing remarks for an additional 5 minutes. Planning commissioners may ask questions of the speakers. Response to commissioner questions will not reduce the speaker's time allowance. Staff will unmute the speaker to respond to the commissioner. The public hearing will then be closed and the Planning Commission will take action on the item. The Planning Commission may request staff to respond to the public testimony, ask staff questions, and discuss the item. If you challenge these land use decisions in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. The Planning Commission's action on rezonings, pre-zonings, general plan amendments, and code amendments is only advisory to the City Council. The City Council will hold public hearings on these items. Section 20.120.400 of the Municipal Code provides the procedures for legal protests to the City Council on rezonings and pre-zonings. The Planning Commission's action on conditional use permits is appealable to the City Council in accordance with Section 20.100.220 of the Municipal Code. I kid you not, I read this script so much I sometimes dream about it, so it's a lot. All right, item 1, call to order and orders of the day. I do want to get some clarity before we get into item 2, public comment. I understand that we have a large amount of folks wanting to do public comment regarding Calle Willow. Robert, can you or anyone else on staff, right now I'm being informed here, although I'm not sure that's accurate, that this item would fall under general public comment. Does it fall under general public comment or will it fall under the general plan hearing?
It falls under the general plan hearing.
That's what I thought. Okay, well, thank you for that, Michael. That's good clarity. Okay, so this now we are now at public comment. This is for items that are not on the general plan, on the regular agenda. For those that are here regarding Calle Willow, you will do so. You will be able to have public comment when we get to the public hearing section. This is not the section for the Calle Willow concerns that I know folks want to address via public comment. Okay, with that, staff, do we have any general public comment?
Yes, it looks like we have 2 hand raised. Hannah Torres, go ahead and unmute your device and confirm if this is for items not on the agenda. Juana Torres. Okay, we're going to move to Paul Soto. Paul?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commission. My name is Paul Soto. I'm from the Horseshoe, and what that means is that I grew up in the section D11, which is the lowest of the lowest of the lowest designations on the redlining map. Now, we talk a lot about equity, inclusion, diversity. These are words. They have absolutely no substance, okay? And I don't say this to any one particular on this committee, okay? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk about the institution that created the planning commissions and how the crimes committed against the people that were victimized by those redlining districts and the deprivations of the resources, that it started here, okay? And so my question to this committee is that with all of the planning decisions that you've been making, there's going to be a consequence to that. The decisions that you're making have a consequence, and I define the consequence as an action that is going to result from your actions. And what that looks like it's going to be is a gentrification. But it's not just going to be gentrification. There's going to be a class and a culture issue, okay? And so you have to be responsible for that, because that's what is being decisions here. stating that these are just advisory is not adequate because there's people from the planning commissions. There was Gary Gilbert.
Eso no está adecuado porque están las gentes de la
Go ahead,
sitting
Mr.
on
Soto.
meetings. What?
No, go ahead, Mr. Soto. That was an
Well,
interruption.
it's just interrupting me. But anyways, what I'm talking about is if we're going to talk about equity, I would like to see those red line maps used within this context because on another item that's going to be coming up, that's going to be critically important to the decisions that you're making.
Thank you for that. Are there any more speakers? Ms.
It looks
Corvo,
like we have Socorro Montaño. Go ahead and unmute your device.
This is a super brief comment. I just want to let you all know that the Spanish interpretation is not working. So the interpretation to Spanish is not working.
thank you for letting us know. Staff, can we kindly confirm if there is a technical glitch?
Yes, it looks like we're waiting for Rich to accept the move to the interpretation channel. Rich, did you receive that message on your end? Okay, he just moved, so the interpretation channel should be up and running now. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Okay. We are now at item 3, deferrals and removals from calendar. Staff, do we have any items to defer today? Seeing none, I will now move to the consent calendar. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? Jen, any public comment from consent calendar?
Chair, I don't think anything's on the consent calendar.
You are very accurate, sir. Thank you for that.
No,
Commissioner.
actually
Mhm.
there is. It's the action minutes from October 27th.
Yeah, no, but I understood that. So no, thank you for that, Commissioner Oliverio. I don't count the action minutes either. All right, do we have any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Perfect. All right, with a motion from Lardon, a second from Oliverio, I will now take a roll call vote on the action minutes of 10/27/21. Bonilla, yes. Casey?
Yes.
Caballero? Still on here. Cantrell? Cantrell? I don't see him.
He's here.
He's here.
No, I know he's here.
He's not muted. Oh,
Sorry, it went into my headphones.
That's okay. Cantrell?
I think he's got a bad connection.
Yes. All right. Garcia? Lardenois?
yes.
One thing, yes. Oliverio? Oliverio? Made the motion, but I don't hear him.
He's here.
No, I know he is. That's it. Put him down as a yes. Ornelas Wise?
Yes.
Torrance?
Yes.
And Young.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Can we repeat, can the clerk or the secretary please repeat what the vote was on that? Who voted no or who was absent?
Caballero, Garcia, and Montañez absent.
And did we get an affirmative from Commissioner Oliverio?
Here. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jen, let me know when you're ready for me to go to public item 5. All right, I will now move over to item 5. Commissioner Oliveira, do you have a question?
I do, Chair. I'm curious if my colleagues would prefer, since this next item is frankly multiple subjects, would we prefer planning staff stop after every, distinct item so that people can ask questions, or run through the whole thing and have everyone remember? I remember when we did the Google EIR project, we sort of stopped on topic areas so people could engage. I just thought I'd ask the question.
It's a great question. Colleagues, anyone have a preference?
I prefer to stop.
I do as
agree.
Presentation's 85 slides, so you might want to stop.
yeah.
I'd recommend that if I were you.
I would agree, for sure. We'll stop after each section. All right, we will now move on to item. Thank you for that question. We will now move on to item 5, public hearing. All right, let's try it again in Espanol. Staff, can we go ahead and cue up the Spanish video?
Hola y bienvenidos a esta reunión. Para acceder a la función de interpretación, haga clic en el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la ventana de Zoom y selecciona el idioma que desea. Para escuchar claramente el audio de interpretación, le recomendamos que también seleccione la opción para silenciar el audio original, que es la opción más baja en el menú después de hacer clic en el icono del globo.
Muchísimas gracias. Okay, we will now move on to item 6 to continue the general plan hearing 2021 cycle 2. It looks like we have no items under general plan consent. And with that, we will now move onto item 8, general plan public hearing. Staff, the floor is yours for a presentation.
Michael, you are muted.
Let me share my screen. Hang on a second.
Michael's got the bat cave back there.
Okay, slideshow from beginning. All right. You should be able to see this. Let me know if you can't.
Yes.
You can.
Okay. All right. So what we got a lot of general plan amendments for you today. By the way, I'm Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Citywide Planning for PBCE. Let me just get to it here. Why is it not moving? Hang on a second. Aha. So as you recall, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about the 4-year review. We did that last time, but as the 4-year review process had a lot of different things that the task force and staff had to make recommendations on. And we, unlike last time we did this, we broke them into 3 planning commission and also 3 city council hearings. So the first batch of work, which you already completed on October 27th, was Coyote Valley. The item tonight is what we're calling everything but the kitchen sink. And I think as we get into that, you'll understand why we're calling it the kitchen sink. That's tonight. And then on December 1st, you will hear the task force and staff's recommendation on opportunity housing. So let me just quickly run through the scope. So this just a reminder that the scope of work was actually approved by the city council. Staff had input into that, and the council, of course, it added some additional work to it, but it's approved by the council. So all the things that the work with the task force on, and you're going to hear tonight, are within the confines of the scope of work that the council gave us. The first body of work, I'm not going to read all of them, we'll go into detail later, but is related to urban village implementation and urban village policy modifications. The other scope items were about exploring shifts of capacity to downtown and between growth areas. The other next body of work was related to neighborhood business districts, exploring allowing housing in those districts that aren't already planned as urban villages. And then the next body of work was related to our sort of action items in the general plan related to vehicle miles traveled, reducing our city's VMT to achieve our climate goals and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, there is a scope of work to explore closing or reworking the Evergreen East Hills development policy. All of these things have a general plan file number that's maybe technical. You don't need to really worry about that, but they're all batched into let's see, that's 5 different general plan text amendments. And I'm going to start with the urban village text amendments. By the way, generally, the recommendation you're hearing tonight is the staff recommendation to Planning Commission, and then you guys will make a recommendation to City Council. The role of the task force was to develop, to advise staff in developing its recommendation. That being said, so when I give you, say, the recommendation, it is staff's recommendation, which often, more times than not, corresponds with the task force recommendation. However, if the task force had a different recommendation or had additional recommendations, I will let you know. All right, so the first scope item was to analyze limited redistribution of planned jobs and housing growth within urban villages based on market demand and other changes in planning context. So this could result in urban village boundary changes, removing certain villages, or adding new urban villages. Okay, I'm going to get right to our recommendations. So the first recommendation is to eliminate the Evergreen Village. This is the Evergreen Town Square. Probably many of you have been there. It's in the Evergreen Specific Plan area. That was a plan that was approved in 1992, and it's largely built out. There's very little vacant land left, and it only has capacity for 385 units and no jobs. So we're recommending removing that as a village. We're also recommending eliminating the East Capitol and Foxtail Village, which is located on Capitol Expressway, just south of Story Road, north of Ocala. And the primary reason for that is it's 95% of the land is occupied by an affordable housing project, which is not likely to go away, and we would not want to go away. And the other small 5% was recently developed with, I think it's DaVita Dialysis Center, but in a medical office use. So it's pretty much built out. There's no reason keeping it as an urban village. The other recommendation, and this it was to establish the Capitol Caltrain station area, which would be an urban village in our general plan. Little background on this. This came out of, so Councilmember Esparza and Jimenez established a Monterey Corridor working group to develop recommendations on how to improve and beautify this Monterey Highway gateway into San Jose. It's had a lot of challenges recently. Out of that process, the task force, the working group recommended establishing an urban village, or what they're calling a Capitol Caltrain stationary village. So it's at the Capitol Caltrain station. It currently is an employment growth area, but does not have any planned residential units. So we're recommending, the task force is recommending, and as the Monterey Task Force is recommending, to change that to become an urban village called the Capitol Caltrain station area, so that we can do planning there for both residential and employment uses. The other recommendation, and this is to create the Story Road Urban Village. It's currently an employment growth area. And we recommend planning for 1,000 residential units and 1,800 jobs. I should mention that this was also a neighborhood business district. And as we talked about changes or different policies related to neighborhood business districts, the recommendation by the task force came up, hey, we should make it an urban village, enabling more input and dialogue with the community about how that corridor could grow and change over time and be enhanced. So that's the recommendation that staff and the task force are recommending. I'm going to keep going under this one item. If you want me to stop at any point for questions, just let me know. But the other urban village related item is the residential pool. And the scope is to consider whether to reset the number of units in the residential pool to 5,000 units to allow entitlement of residential projects within urban village areas not included within the current plan horizon.
Michael, if I could stop you there really quickly, unless
Sure.
you wanted to finish your thought.
No, I can go ahead.
Perfect. Commissioner Lardenois and then Commissioner Oliverio.
Michael, I'm curious about these urban village areas that have since seen development. Can you just explain why that is? Is it because these are designated as urban village areas and there wasn't a plan adopted yet, and so developments that came forward just moved forward, or how does that happen that they get built up and then get to the point where we should just remove them as urban villages?
Yeah, so there's really two we're talking about eliminating. One is the Evergreen Village. So the Evergreen Village, the planning work, the specific plan that was prepared for that area, which is not much different from a urban village plan, that was approved by the council in, I think, 1992 or maybe 1990, actually. It's very, very old. And that plan was largely implemented the implementation of that plan was largely completed about 15 years ago. I think the reason it was included is because it is a poster child of what it's a picture of what an urban village could look like. And while I wasn't part of that decision at the time, I think it was like, well, it's actually a relatively new urban village, an example of an urban village. And let's designate an urban village. But functionally, there's no need to do that because the few remaining properties that were not developed when the general plan was approved have since been developed. And there's only one small property here, if you can see my cursor, that could be developed. And we think that, hey, and I know there's been some interest in townhomes or something there, but we think, hey, if you want to build, say, 16 homes there or some commercial, you shouldn't have to do an urban village plan for that. You should just be able to move forward. So it doesn't make sense to go through a village process to allow the very limited opportunities for new development to happen. It's generally done. And it was built, frankly, completed really before the general plan for the most part was approved. Now, the next one is Capitol and Foxdale. And I think on this one, I can't give you the exact answer because there were, 60 at the time, there were 68 of these when the general plan was approved. It was kind of, we didn't dig into them in a lot of detail when we established them. There was kind of a general approach. And I think as we looked at it and realized like, hey, wait a minute, there's an affordable housing project there. It really doesn't make sense for this area to redevelop. And we wouldn't want it to. And so it was just upon further analysis. But this project, I don't know when, I'm guessing it was probably built in the 70s. It's pretty old. So that was an existing condition that just wasn't acknowledged, I think, when the general plan was approved. The only thing that was built since the general plan was approved, and this was established as an urban village, is this medical office, which I believe, according to this map, is the DaVita Dialysis Center.
Gotcha. Thank you. And if I could ask a separate question, you got to this last slide talking about adding to the residential pool. And so is that because I know there's a requirement with urban villages that we don't move on to the next horizon until all the jobs are built out for the current horizon, correct? And so is that what this is addressing?
Yeah, let me go through the residential pool. Let me just go through the whole thing.
Okay, well, maybe then we should just allow Commissioner Oliveri's question, and then we'll get to that. So I'm wondering actually if I skip to horizons really quick. Just give me a second.
So let me do this. Let me just let Commissioner Oliverio ask his question, and then we can tie it back up for Commissioner Lardenois. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Lardenois? I think he just fell off. All right, Commissioner Oliverio.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, does the Capital Caltrain proposal conflict with the Communications Hill specific plan?
No, it's on the other side of the railroad tracks and the highway.
Great, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lardenois, back to you. And then
I think there's probably more details that he was going to get into anyway, so I'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah, let me do this. I want to do growth. I'm going to skip a little bit. I'm going to do growth horizons next, and then I'm going to go back to the pool policy because the pool policy is related to growth horizons. So it's important to me go through growth horizons first because it sets the context in a way.
Okay.
So the other, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and then after you do that, I will allow for Commissioner Ornelas Wise to ask her questions.
Okay. So I'll do growth. Do you want me to do growth horizons and pool policy together?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. So growth horizons. So one of the scope items is to evaluate the city's job housing balance, fiscal sustainability, housing supply, and infrastructure to determine whether to move urban villages that are in a future horizon 2 or 3, into the current plan or current plan horizon. So that's the scope. And just a bit of, so the purpose of Horizons is to phase housing production. And just a little background, San Jose, especially, well, still, but when this plan was developed was during the Great Recession. San Jose is the only city in the United States over 500,000 that's a bedroom community. We are the bedroom of Silicon Valley, even though we purport to be the capital of Silicon Valley. So the general plan very much is trying to bring the city in balance of jobs and housing. And historically, we do really well in building housing, but not so well in building employment and economic development. So given that, this plan phases housing production in a sense by establishing these horizons. With the focus, well, let me get to that in a minute. And it also helps staff where to plan next. So for, we're applying for grants for urban villages and we think out, well, gee, where should we plan next? Well, we look to the horizons, and the general plan really just says that Horizon 1 villages are those that are intended and likely to develop first. They're the ones that are often close to downtown, on major transit facilities, radiating out of downtown. Then there's the Horizon 2 and 3. And let me just skip to the map. It makes it more clear if I go to the map. Here's a map of the horizon. So the pinkish, purplish are the Horizon 1 urban villages that are intended to go first and we plan for first. All those plans are done or will be done within the next couple months. And then there's the Horizon 2 villages were intended to be the next batch of villages that would move forward and we would plan for. Those are on the light rail lines, primarily the Capital Light Rail line and the Guadalupe Santa Teresa Light Rail line. Then there's the Horizon 3 villages, which tend to be more outlying suburban areas, and those would be intended to go last. So staff initially had a recommendation to adjust the horizons, and I modify them a bit, move some villages up, etc. But then the task force really brought up, hey, well, let's just eliminate them. And it adds, I think, additional layer of complexity. I don't know if it adds that much complexity. It adds confusion, essentially, for future development. And I think staff really thought about that and said, yeah, we're good with that. I think what really is a driver of development is preparing the urban village plans. And when we do an urban village plan, for example, Horizon 3 urban village, like we did for Santana Row or Winchester Boulevard or Stevens Creek, when we're done, we created this plan, developers are interested in building, and the council's like, well, why do we want to wait? Let's implement this plan. So they ended up getting moved to Horizon 1. And so we agreed with this. And so, the task force and staff are both recommending to eliminate the growth horizons. However, the horizons did serve another purpose, as I mentioned. They help us prioritize where to plan. So we recommend revising the policy to say prioritize the preparation of urban village plans to give priority for new residential growth to occur in areas proximate to downtown or with access to existing or planned transit facilities or adequate infrastructure to support intensification or proximate to other growth areas to contribute to the city's urban form. Growth areas with high market demand, this is the key add to this policy, shall also be prioritized to ensure that development follows the community's vision for the future. And what we're saying is if there's market demand in a given area, we really should get out there and do a plan as much as we can ahead of a development so the stakeholders in that community can sort of weigh in on the shape and of that development before it starts to happen. I just want to make it clear that this eliminating the horizons does not in any way change the path for housing. So for housing to move forward in the urban villages, you still need a council approved urban village plan. That does not change at all. And there are 3 existing exceptions. We're going to talk about one of those, actually 2 of those tonight. The 3 exceptions to this rule are signature projects, which are really sort of extraordinary catalytic projects. And then the other one are if you have a site with already planned for residential or has an existing general plan designation of residential, you could move forward. And then there's an exception for affordable housing projects to move forward, even though a council has not approved the village plan. So, yeah. So I'll go on to the residential pool policy. Let me go back to the pool policy because it's related to this. Let me go back. If we get rid of the horizons, all it means is that we don't need to get into this business of actually turning on or new or moving up horizons. If a village plan is done, development could move forward. So back to the pool. So let me just say it another way. So this general plan was pretty prescriptive in terms of how you could particularly build housing. Now, commercial could go anywhere it was planned. It was more the housing part of it. And so there's all of those rules, a signature project, et cetera, that sort of you have to have an urban village plan. And that's what the task force and council agreed upon. But they said, well, wait a minute, we do always, of course, want some flexibility. And so to provide flexibility, they created this pool of 5,000 housing units that's just kind of floating out there in the sky, 30,000 feet above the city. And it would allow a housing project to move forward using the capacity from this pool within an urban village that doesn't an urban village plan that is either approved but not in a current horizon, or if it's a signature project. You need capacity, so you could use this pool of units. Let me skip to the next slide. Oh, I'm kind of covering this. So yeah, there you go. And so there is this pool. Yeah, and again, allows entitlements of residential project in the urban village area is not included within the current plan horizon and for signature projects. Now, the pool does go down because we've had signature projects that have been approved. I think we've had maybe 9 or 10 of them are approved, 2 under construction. And so they're using this pool. So the number has gone down. I think we're at about 2,500-ish units. So as part of this major review process, one of the discussions is, do we replenish that pool? So, providing more flexibility for the next 4 years. Here you go. So the remaining capacity we have in the pool right now is 2,880 units. And then we have those signature projects, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 signature projects that have used 2,120 units of that pool. So the task force and staff we recommend removing the pool policy. We really don't see a need for it. There's really not a purpose. And in some way it does reduce barriers, I suppose, to housing growth, but we also just think it's unnecessary. It's not really serving a purpose. And there is some, state laws making it problematic for enforcing, some cap. So it has a little bit of a cap element to it. So we're just recommending, why keep it? It's not really, what's the point? So that's that. And that's that. So I guess I turn it back to you, and if people have questions, take it away.
Thank you for that, Michael. I will now go to Commissioners Ornelas Wise and then Commissioner Cantrell.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Thank you for that presentation. You answered some of my questions I wanted to know about, explaining what Horizon was. One of the things that I'd like to see or know, the Foxdale Village, you said it's Capitol Expressway. What's the crossroad? I couldn't really tell what that was.
Well, yeah, so it's on Foxdale. Foxdale's kind of a loop.
Okay.
And
so is that in the east side of San Jose? I'm just trying to figure out the vicinity.
Yeah, it's in East San Jose on Capitol. Yeah, it's East San Jose between Ocala and Story Road are the major streets that it's between. It's on the west side of Capitol in East San Jose.
Okay. And then, so you explained the prioritization with the Horizon. And so and I know that you all want to eliminate that to help maybe deregulate some stuff, to streamline some of the processes, which I believe is a good thing to do. But I think the intent was a good intent in regards to knowing that you should prioritize certain things. So in lieu of this, or, to meet that same intent, how will the department maybe meet the original intent of that if you eliminate this Horizon 1, 2?
Yeah, so the way to do that is in this slide right here, is there's this policy that's guiding how we prioritize where to plan urban villages. And so that's an existing policy, and we're proposing, and we would use this. And say if we don't have horizons, this is the policy that would sort of give us direction on where we plan next.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, good. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now go to Cantrell and then Commissioner Young.
Okay. Quick question. What's the definition or an example of a signature project?
Yeah, so we're going to get to signature projects in a minute. That's the I don't know if it's the next one, but it's coming up. So, but I mean, I can answer that now, or I can go through that.
I can wait.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, Commissioners Young and Commissioner Lardenois.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the policy IP-2.10.
Sure. What is your question?
Well, let me preface it by saying, when I saw that the growth horizons were going to be eliminated, that's of concern to me. And I think I understand the direction you're going in, which is to use urban village plans and to phase them. What I'm trying to understand is how would they be phased? In other words, how do you decide which urban village plans to work on first and so on?
Yeah, so this policy would give us direction. So if you look at the policy before you, it's saying where we would prioritize planning is proximate to downtown. Now, to be fair, we have done, or in the next few months, we'll have completed the last of those downtown proximate village plans. Areas with existing or planned transit facilities. So we prioritize, for example, those villages that are on like light rail, right? Those would be the ones we'd prioritize. And adequate infrastructure to support intensification. I mean, that's kind of a generic statement because that's something you could probably figure out. Or proximate to other growth areas that contribute to the city's urban form. So those are what we use. The other one that we're adding is with high market demand. That was not a factor in the general plan in 2011. And what we have found is if the market wants to build somewhere, it makes sense to plan there and not plan somewhere else where the market isn't interested. And then development starts to gets built, and the community's like, well, wait a minute, we don't have a plan yet. Why didn't you do a plan before this development happened? So that's an addition. So this is really what we would use to sort of dictate where we would plan next. Okay. And I could tell you where we are planning to plan next is on the Capitol light rail line, doing the plans for those villages along there. We're also planning on the Southwest Expressway corridor and Ray Street corridor, which is on the Vasona light rail line. And then we're also planning on Alum Rock corridor. The Alum Rock is very long, so it's the portion each of 680, which light rail crosses that, and the BRT covers part of that. So those are our next planning areas that we intend to plan for.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So I'm thinking of the Horizon 3 areas, and I'll just throw out one I'm familiar with because it's in District 9, which is Hillsdale, Camden. If you had to guess, when would you say that your staff would be able to start working on some of those areas, urban village plans?
Yeah, I'm trying to, oops, hang on a second. Where am I? Hillsdale, Camden. Is that the one where the Cambrian Park Shopping Center is?
Correct.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think, that's a very good question. I don't think, we don't have any plans to initiate that anytime soon. Let me say that. I think if council were to direct us to do that, then that's something we would do. I should mention that the preparation of urban village plans, for the most part, are not paid for by the city of San Jose. They're paid for by outside grants. We wish they were paid for more so by the city of San Jose, because that would give us more flexibility. And a place like Camden Hillsdale is not the type of village that a lot of our funders would be interested in funding, to be frank. So that's another reason why I don't see us planning that anytime soon. Now, if the council said, you know what, we want you to plan this one, and we're going to put our money where the mouth is, and we're going to give you guys money to do it, then we would do it, because there is a market there for development, right? We know that. So there's not transit there, which makes it not appealing to funders.
Right. Okay. Thank you. One last question would be, when you develop the urban village plans, there's an engagement process with the residents of that area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Lord Noir.
Should I save commentary for the end?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Your question?
All right, I don't really have a question. Should I save commentary for the end?
You've got something to say now. Now's fine too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just I want to say I'm glad to see this, because I mean the Horizon models always seemed pretty arbitrary to me. And in particular, I know you haven't gone into great detail about signature projects yet, but it seems to me that developers tend to use them to kind of jump the lines and build in areas where we're not in the current horizon. And I know that just makes it more difficult to establish a good urban village plan later if something just got built there. So I'm glad that we're doing this, or rather glad that this is the recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Michael, the floor is yours again. Seeing no other questions from colleagues.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is, we're still in the urban village world here. This is modify policy IP55 to provide village planning flexibility. And this is really, let me just dig into this. So I'll just go to the next slide. Hang on a second. So there's this policy that you can, if it's a lot to read, I realize, but there's this policy that sort of, that talks about how, about planning for urban villages. Employ urban village planning process to plan land uses that include adequate capacity for the full amount of planned jobs and housing, including identification of optimal sites for new retail development and careful consideration of appropriate minimum and maximum densities for residential employment, etc. So that was the policy that existed in the general plan when it was approved in 2011. In 2015, right before Chuck Reed left office, Mayor Chuck Reed, he proposed and then had the council approve a text amendment to add these three other criteria or direction under this policy, which says urban village planning process is not a mechanism to convert employment lands to non-employment uses. Other city policies such as revenue raising revenue, for example, which could occur through the conversion of employment lands to non-employment uses, shall not take precedent over the jobs first principle. The general plan's jobs first principles apply to urban villages, and that residential conversions are not allowed to proceed ahead of the job creation that is necessary to balance the residential elements of the village plan. This policy means that jobs and housing can move together on a case-by-case basis. So stepping back, so the general plan was approved as a jobs first plan. I think I've already mentioned the reasons why. Remember, this came out of the Great Recession, where the police department lost 40% of their staff through cutbacks. Again, San Jose, we're the bedroom community for Silicon Valley. We're also the capital of, but we're the bedroom community. So this is that place where people live, and 60% of the people in the morning drive north for work out of San Jose. So this plan very much has a focus of about bringing more jobs and becoming a regional job center. And it got modified a bit. It still has some of that, but it's really about achieving balance between the two. And Mayor Chuck Reed and the council at the time is very concerned that, like we've done so many times in the past, where we converted 2,000 acres of employment land to housing, that the village policy would be a grand conversion scheme and we would further erode our employment lands. So as a further protection, these three items were added to this policy IP 5.5. Now, the problem with this is it really has kind of put a straitjacket when we do urban village planning work. So, we're having to plan now for, we can't, the approach that we were going to use when we did a plan was saying this site is housing, this site is commercial. The housing can go whenever the housing is going to go. The commercial can go whenever it can go. But this is where the commercial goes. This is where the housing goes. This is where the mixed use is going to go. And once the plan approves, the market can dictate when things can happen. But what happened with us is that we were really kind of hamstrung and not be able to do that. And so we had to sort of create, if you're going to do housing, everywhere has to be mixed use. And we've gotten a lot of pushback from developers on that. We don't always think it always makes sense. We think there are areas that make sense to be mixed use, and there are other areas where maybe it could just be residential, and other areas, quite frankly, just be commercial. So we're recommending, and the task force agrees to, let me jump to the next slide, eliminate these 3 criteria or provisions so that going back to the original general plan, so we have more flexibility when we do urban village planning. So it gives us flexibility in the location, timing, and mix of uses as part of the urban village planning process. Yeah. And right now we're precluded from planning for sites to be just 100% residential. And it has resulted in some cases, of the mixed use projects having high commercial requirements. So that being said, we're recommending eliminating those 3 things. I can keep going, or if you want to ask questions on this.
Colleagues, any questions? Commissioner Oliverio.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, on this elimination, was there any consideration of, instead of elimination, modification?
No, I just don't think we think it's needed. I think we feel that as part of the village planning process. Remember, the general plan requires us to plan for the amount of jobs that are planned. And so it's not like we can, come up with a grand conversion scheme and convert everything to housing or whatnot. So we still have to make sure that we have a plan that will achieve those jobs, and given market circumstances won't convert everything. So we don't feel that this is necessary, and that we can adequately plan for both and have flexibility to plan for both as part of the village process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Martinois.
Yeah, I guess I also have I'm concerned about the possibility of going, just 100% residential in urban villages, because this jobs housing imbalance is something that we talk about so much, that we, is a really major overall goal of the general plan to address. I'm less concerned about 100% commercial, because I can understand that when that's possible, that is really valuable. But not really passing a judgment, just something that is eyebrow raising for me.
Yeah, and I think, Commissioner Lenoir, I would look at what is proposed to remain in the policy, which says, employ the urban village planning process to plan for adequate capacity for planned job and housing growth, and ensure that the urban village will provide sufficient capacity for the full amount of planned job growth under the envisioned San Jose general plan. So you're still required to make sure that you're planning for that growth and that can be realistically accommodated.
Mm-hmm.
If you designated everything mixed use and said, well, you don't have to do the mixed use, well, you're not going to get to that commercial capacity. You're not showing that you actually can get there. So we feel that just with this language and other language in the general plan, that we feel we have enough of a belt to keep us in line, and we don't need the suspenders also.
Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I very much trust that planning staff takes the jobs housing goals seriously, and is, regardless of requirements, you're gonna do your best to promote this. I guess my concern is more in terms of development patterns are in large part guided by the market, and so that can have an impact, and that doesn't necessarily go in the direction we want it to.
Okay. And I think one thing that, as we do village planning, that we're going to need to do more of is really figuring out those key employment sites and making them employment, right? And reserving them for that. So, I think, residential and mixed use everywhere is in many places is not the answer. So that needs to be part of our work. And that's actually what we're doing as we're doing planning now. But yeah, no, thank you for your comment.
Yeah, and thanks for those clarifications, because that does make me feel better about this. So thank you.
Commissioner Ornelas Wise.
I think all my questions were answered right now that he spoke. Thank you.
And Michael, by the way, thank you for the thoroughness. I mean, thank you for taking the time.
Yeah. I'm sorry this is so long, but I felt like to do it justice, I couldn't skimp.
It is more than appreciated. And I wanted to say that. Thank you. Commissioner Martin, I see your hands up again.
Oh, sorry. I just never
okay. Okay. No, I see your energy tonight. So I'm ready to jump and call on you every time. All right. Michael, the floor is yours again.
Okay, let's see. Where are we going next? Here we go. Signature project. So one of the scoping items was to modify the signature project policy to establish appropriate, clear, and more predictable minimum residential densities for signature projects, and also to establish more clarity on the amount of commercial that would be required for signature projects based on the typology for the urban village in the general plan. For example, local transit village versus neighborhood village. So let me just step back and kind of talk about what a signature project is. So signature projects allow market rate mixed use residential development with a significant commercial component to occur prior to the completion of an urban village plan. So the project on the left is not a signature project, by the way. The project on the right, I believe that's Fort Bay on Stevens Creek, which was a signature project, and that they've had to make some modifications to it for reasons of the VDA dialysis didn't want to move off their site, but that's an image of an approved signature project. And hang on, let me go to the next slide. So what is a signature project? So a signature project really is intended to be really a catalytic development, mixed use in nature, that really has good design that sets sort of the sort of would be essentially an example of what we'd want an urban village to be. So an exceptional project that we say, hey, even though there's no urban village plan approved, this is a great project. This could really catalyze investment in the corridor, and it really should move forward. And the idea here is that the policy says it needs to provide above and beyond the amount of commercial space or jobs and housing than you would typically in that village. So we actually do a calculation to figure out, on for each property or by acre, how many new jobs would have to be provided. And you have to exceed that number. So you have to be providing essentially more jobs than the average for the village. It would include, obviously extensive community engagement, high quality design, I mentioned that, and it needs to include public open space, which could be a public park. More likely it would be what we call a POPO, which is a privately owned but publicly accessible open space, a POPO. And it needs to be a prominent location, not just sort of a generic run-of-the-mill property along the corridor. Really sort of, hey, here I am, look at me, I'm a great urban village project. So I'm going to run through.
Before you run through, because it sounds like you're going to commit to a couple of slides here at once. I see Commissioner Kenshaw has a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to go ahead?
Just curious. So this signature project does not include any affordable housing in its metric. Is that correct?
Well, a signature project could. It doesn't have to. Now, per the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, they would have to contribute to affordable housing either by building the affordable housing on site or writing a check or contributing in some other way to project offsite.
Okay, so it doesn't remove any of their responsibility in that regard.
It does not.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will now go with the hot hand, Commissioner Martinois.
So just to clarify then, just completely clear, a signature project's inclusionary housing requirements would essentially be identical to any project that's not in an urban village. Is that correct?
Yeah, this does not get you out of this inclusionary housing ordinance. You in an urban village or in a signature project, you have to meet what we call our IHO or inclusionary housing ordinance.
Thanks.
All right, seeing no other questions. Commissioner Ornelas Weiss.
I wanted you to just clarify, what do you mean by prominent location?
Yeah, so I'll get to that, but the way it's written. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But the idea is that it's on a corner. It's on a large property. It's not sort of a smaller property, kind of embedded. So, and we'll get to the recommendation on that, which provides a little more clarity on that.
Okay, I mean, of course, I just don't want to exclude or or segregate different areas from not being prominent, right? So
Yeah,
that's
no,
just
I mean,
my
I think this is not intended to exclude certain urban villages. It's intended to sort of, it's intended to really, focus the signature projects on those more prominent properties within a given village. And I can get to that in just a second, and it might be helpful. And then you can ask probably additional questions once you see that.
Okay, good.
But I just want to add, so one of the reasons the general plan is got, it's got, I don't have all the language here, I don't think, but it's often not very objective, or the criteria isn't objective, or it's kind of nebulous. It says should, or generally should do this, or provide above and beyond. And that's all well and good. And back in the day, their general plan could do that. Until recently, we could do that. And then the developer would come in and say, I don't know what you mean by that. And we'd say, well, what we mean by that is this. And that didn't provide a lot of clarity to the developers of what they could expect, or the community. On top of that, state law has changed and says, hey, for housing at least, you have to have objective, quantifiable standards. You can't just provide something that's wonderful, that integrates with the neighborhood and is compatible, or et cetera. You've got to define what that is. If you don't do that, you can't enforce that. And so one of the reasons we're proposing changes is because of the state law changes. It's requiring us to be more objective and more specific about what the criteria are. So I'm going to walk you through the proposed changes. So the site selection requirement, the existing general plan policy is a visible, prominent location. Well, that's kind of subjective. What do you mean by that, right? So because of state law, we have to be more clear. So staff recommendation is that it's a corner of an intersection or interior parcel of at least 3 acres with 150 square feet of street frontage. And when you develop a signature project, you should not result in the creation of a remnant parcel that are less than 1 acre. So you don't want this unintended consequences that there's these little pieces left over that can't really be easily developed once a signature project's built. And here, this is an example. This is the project on the Alameda. It's not a signature project, although it could have frankly have been one. And here's an example of what the 150 feet requirement would look like. So you need to have, if you're an interior parcel, you need to have that much frontage to qualify under the proposed change to the signature project policy. So the task force has a different recommendation. You can see it here. There's strikeout underline of what they proposed changing. The thing that they recommended changing was that it should be an interior parcel of at least 1.5 acres. They got rid of the 3. They brought it down with only 100 square feet, 100 feet of street frontage required. So that's the recommendation. Our recommendation is sort of based on more the spirit of the general plan being a much more prominent, impactful location, but the task force had a different recommendation than us. So the other existing criteria in the signature project policy is above average. Okay, well, how much above average? Does that mean 1 square foot above average, or 1 unit above average? What does that mean? So we thought, well, we have to provide more clarity. So staff's recommendation is that for the commercial, that if you're in a neighborhood villages, which is typically those Horizon 3 villages, they're often smaller in scale, that the project would need to provide 5% above its fair share of the planned job growth in that village. So it's a little bit more. If you're in a local transit village, which is, got better transit or has transit, we think there should be more, right? 10% more, so it goes up a bit. If you're in a commercial corridor or a commercial center village, 10% the same, but it's more than the neighborhood village. And if you're in a regional transit urban village, it should be 15% more. And the reason for that, it's higher in the regional transit, is that what studies have shown is that the biggest driver of transit use is employment uses, more so, particularly office uses, quite frankly, more so than housing. Because the employment density is often higher with employment uses, and people are more likely to ride transit if they can get off the transit and walk to their job, even if they have to do, ride a bike, take Uber, drive, or do kiss and ride to the transit station. Whereas, even though you might live on a transit or a light rail or BART line, once you get off that train, if you can't easily walk to your job, you're not likely to take transit, you'll drive. So some additional requirements is if the project site is 5 to 10 acres, there'd be a 5% additional requirement for commercial. And if the site is greater than 10 acres, then there'd be an additional 10% requirement. So the task force recommendation is different. They've just thought that the signature project should provide only the planned average job density in the urban village. So if you had to provide on average for each acre, 100 new jobs, that's all you should have to do. And we translate it into the commercial square feet, by the way. I can get into that if you want, but there's a way we translate that in square footage, because we use square footage, actually, not jobs in the end. But our thing is like, hey, the signature projects are supposed to do a better than average. This is really about a project that's going to provide significant amount of housing and jobs, and hitting average isn't the definition of a signature project. It's not, it should be above average. So we did not agree with the task force on that. So let's see, density. So the residential density requirement, again, the policy says above average, right? So we made it more objective, and it's the neighborhood villages should have a minimum of 45 dwelling units to the acre or greater. The local transit villages are 55 dwelling units to the acre. The commercial corridor and center villages should have 55 dwelling units to the acre or greater, and regional transit urban villages should have 75 dwelling units to the acre or greater. The task force had a slightly different recommendation. They thought that we should allow lower density in the urban villages. 30 dwellings to the acre is sort of the very, very dense townhomes, or sort of smaller would be smaller scale apartments, garden apartments sort of scale. Yeah, so I think they just thought allow more flexibility for lower density in those villages, whereas staff thinks that we should really be reserving that land for slightly higher density. So a little bit of a different perspective there. Open space requirements. So the staff and the task force had the same recommendation. The existing policy says include open space. Well, how much or what? I mean, tell me. So we recommend that the policy would say neighborhood villages should provide 2,000 square feet of open space or greater. Local transit villages would be 5,000 square feet of open space or greater. And then commercial corridor center villages, 5,000 or greater, and regional transit, 10,000 square feet or greater. So this would apply if you're doing a signature project. You'd have to meet that threshold to be considered a signature project. The task force had an additional recommendation. They recommend, this wasn't even on the table, but they said, hey, let's eliminate, so the policy has this, and they recommend deleting it, which is eliminate the requirement that commercial development be built prior to or concurrently with residential development. So the way the policy, the signature project policy is now, it says, you can't just go ahead and build a residential and then say, oh yeah, sure, we're going to build the commercial someday. Maybe we'll sell that to another developer. But you need to build it either at the same time or the commercial before. The reason for that policy is San Jose, in many, many cases, has seen developers promise to build commercial, and that's what we approve, and it never gets built. The residential gets built faster than you can say whatever. The commercial doesn't get built, and occasionally there have been cases where it ends up getting converted to residential down the road. So we didn't, the reason for that policy is we don't want to see that happen. We want, if it's a signature project, you should be building both. That's the deal. You know, it's not just about entitling, saying you're going to do something and it doesn't happen. And frankly, the developer may have the best intentions, but things happen, or maybe they don't. You know, who knows? So staff recommends retaining this policy to ensure that commercial is built. So we had a different perspective than the task force on that. And I think that's, yes, that's it on signature projects. So I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell, and then Commissioner Oliverio.
Okay. So actually, it strikes me that this signature project designation is a significant advantage in that there's an opportunity, I think, though I really couldn't find a clear definition of what equity was in the general plan, but provide opportunity for equity to the community as well, specifically around what I call legacy businesses that have been in communities for a while. Maybe there's an opportunity to provide some retention policy for those businesses, giving them access to this new commercial or retail property. Has that been considered at all? Has equity played into this at all?
Yeah, I don't think that it was part of the signature project policy question, but the issue of business displacement is a huge issue there's been a lot of conversations about that recently, particularly from Alum Rock corridor. It came up in the Winchester Urban Village planning process and Stevens Creek as well. So it is an issue and a concern. I mean, I can talk about that at great length. I mean, OED is working on a pilot project in Alum Rock to, you know, help businesses that are facing displacement. In the Five Wounds area, we're actually updating that urban village plan because for a number of reasons. And one of the body of work that we will be doing is to come up with an displacement policy or a strategy to how do we deal with this issue from displacement, from just, you know, there's obviously from BART VTA buying land for BART, but just the gentrification effect that occurs. And we will talk about this issue a little more when we get to the NBDs down the road. This came up specifically related to our NBD recommendations. But yeah, it does come up. I think there's a lot of challenges. So I don't recall it coming up as part of the signature project policy discussion. There's a lot of challenges about you could, for example, have policies that when you build new commercial, you know, you need to allow the mom and pops to move back in, or at least give them a right of first refusal. But there's a lot of challenges, frankly, when you build new commercial. One, developers don't finish the space out. It's raw space. So you need to put tenant improvements, and those tenant improvements can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that actually, and for restaurants, frankly. And the mom and pops usually can't afford that. They often can't afford the rents that the investors on the project would demand for the site. So it's very challenging to get people back in. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Yeah,
so I think
actually that's my question or concern. It seems like an opportunity to negotiate those types of things. If you're going to give somebody a significant advantage, then with that advantage, there should be some responsibility.
Okay.
Is there any way to amend these suggestions at all, or we just voting part and parcel?
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, you can suggest something. I think that I just want to say that I think the best way, frankly, to preserve space for mom and pops is not to tear it down in the first place. And once you allow something to be torn down, it gets really challenging. We did look at policies a few years ago as part of the Urban Village Implementation and Amenities Framework. Where developers, to incent them to provide space for mom and pops. But that policy got thrown out by state law. That framework got thrown out by state law. And there was a lot of legal challenges to doing it as well. I'm not saying it's impossible. This is something we're still struggling with. A lot of us are working on this, including staff in our planning director's former department, Office of Economic Development, trying to figure this out. We don't have it all figured out yet, but we're working on it. But I mean, you can definitely, I mean, yeah, if you have thoughts, I mean, to add something.
Definitely. I think anybody who stands to make significant profit owes something to the community that they profit from. But I'm happy to provide additional thought and insight later. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And before we go to Commissioner Olvera, that is a great point as we're going through this process. If there are suggestions you'd like to make when we do vote, it'd be, since this is going to be a long night as we're going through this, write it all down and we'll address it then. Commissioner Olvera, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, when you look at this general plan versus past general plans in recent times, we didn't have legislation like SB 330 and SB 35, which allows high density housing, by right, essentially ministerially. Do you see that as a different world than in the past, and that actually with these state laws promoting high density, that we're going to receive a lot of housing, even if there are no modifications to this general plan?
Yeah, I would say, yes, we are. Now, it needs to be consistent with our general plan. So, but I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of affordable housing taking advantage of SB 35 or AB 2162, I believe it is, for homeless supportive housing, to go through a ministerial process where there's no public hearing. There's no public hearing. There doesn't have to be a community meeting. So I would say that it would. The other thing that developers can do and could happen, frankly, with a signature project is density bonus. They could take advantage of density bonus law where they can ask for a concession if they're providing affordable housing, a certain amount of affordable housing, to maybe reduce their commercial or reduce other things or change other development standards. So that's something could really happen. We're not seeing, though, affordable housing developers propose signature projects. They don't need to. And it's affordable housing developers right now that are 100% affordable that are using density bonus. But in theory, there could be a signature project that comes along that uses density bonus, providing some percentage of affordable housing that asks for a reduction in commercial. That could happen. And it's very difficult for us to say no to that per that law.
Thank you.
Commissioner Neves-Wise.
Thank you. Michael, I'm just curious, I'm assuming that you've mapped out, where and how many parcels the city has that are 3 acres in size that have 150 street frontage. Have you? And where are they located or highly concentrated throughout the city?
Yeah, we did map them. I don't have that map. I'm sorry, I don't. I can't say that they're concentrated in any given area. I would say that, some of the really small urban villages, which can be the Horizon 3 villages, probably have, less of them, of course, than the much larger villages like Stevens Creek or, Alum Rock and places like that. Okay, hang on. I did have a slide. I don't know where it went. I had a backup slide that's not showing up that actually had the difference between the acreages if you went with the task force recommendation and our recommendation. It's not very many. I think it was like 26 or 30, a difference of 26 or 30 so parcels. I'm sorry, the slide is, for some reason, it's not showing up in my deck. But it wasn't very many parcels. It was probably 26 or so parcel difference.
So there wasn't a higher concentration in one area of the city versus another in a specific district?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. I don't think that there would be, but I can't say that with certainty because we didn't look at it with that lens. I know we did map them, but I don't have those maps.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm just thinking of having, equally distributed signature sites throughout the whole city would be nice.
Yeah, I would say you're going to find more of those sites are in these, if you can see my cursor, are sort of in the Alum Rock corridor, the Stevens Creek corridor. Whoops, what happened? Am I still there? Something happened on my...
It's the screen's blank. You're still here though.
Okay, good. Hang on a second.
I think
Okay.
you just need to reload that deck.
Yeah.
My note saying that it was reloaded because it's using significant memory.
Hmm. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, I guess my PowerPoint slide deck is so big that my computer just melted down.
Do you want to take, let's do this to give Michael time to reload. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? It is 7:50. Let's come back at 7:55. That sound reasonable?
Yes.
All right, cool. We'll do that. 7:55. Forward. Seeing none, Michael, go ahead.
Okay. Oh yeah, Robert just made a point, texting me. So the other thing to be mindful about properties is you have to think about when you look at properties, you have to remember that in most urban villages, developers will aggregate properties. So even though a given village may only have one large site, for example, or two or three, or maybe not as much, what we're finding with most development in urban villages is that property owners will aggregate two or more properties together to build a project, including a signature project. So just be aware of that. So that makes it kind of hard to map it, or you could map it, but then it's like, well, that doesn't really fully capture what could happen because you can aggregate properties, and that's what developers typically do. Okay, where were we? This is, I think we did this one. We did signature. Okay. All right. So mixed income housing in urban villages. This was in the scope of work. It's also in our housing crisis work program. And it's something that came from staff actually, but the council approved it. And the idea was, we have a policy, which I'll tell you more about in a minute. It's called Policy 5-12, and it allows 100% affordable. Let me just go to this. Let's skip this. It allows affordable housing to occur prior to a council approval of an urban village plan or ahead of a growth horizon, whatever the case may be. So affordable housing can just jump ahead. You don't have to worry about a plan. You don't have to worry about a horizon. You can go forward. And this was a policy that was added by the General Plan Task Force or the City Council in the last 4-year review, because we had a housing crisis back then even. And so what it says is project must be affordable to low-income households, 80% area median income or better. So it's affordable to low-income households, not moderate income households, but low income. And that's because that's our greatest need. And the idea of this policy was that it would provide an opportunity for affordable housing developers to get out there in the marketplace and find urban village properties that they could develop. That they wouldn't be also competing against market rate developers who often can afford to pay more for the land and will outbid the affordable housing developer. So it just gave them sort of a leg up and more options to get out there and build affordable housing. It does have a policy that says projects should substantially replace existing commercial square footage as well. And again, that's sort of this subjective thing, which we'll get to later. And that projects should not be located on key employment sites. So we're going to talk about this policy beyond mixed income. So the idea was that, hey, well, why don't you, why instead of just making 100% affordable, what if you did a project that was 100% affordable to moderate income? Or maybe it was 50% affordable to low income and 50% market rate. Provide more flexibility. And so this actually came from staff as something to explore, and the council agreed. And when we dug into it as part of the task force process, what we talked to developers, and what we learned is they said, hey, there's many challenges to developing mixed income projects. It's not it's going to get built in San Jose or in Bay Area or in many places at all. I mean, people will build affordable housing and they build market rate, and the market rate developers, even though they have the inclusionary housing ordinance, they chose not to build affordable housing within their project. They just write a check to the city and walk away. So they just said, you could have this policy, but it's not going to result probably in much, if any, mixed income projects where you have maybe 50% market rate and 50% affordable, or maybe it's mod income and this and that. And we also decided that the greatest need is for affordable housing for low income households. And let's stay focused on the eye on that prize. Let's stay focused on that and keep that policy limit to that. So we're not recommending changes to this policy. Task force didn't, I think they agreed. They didn't come up with a different recommendation. So we're recommending leaving the policy alone in terms of its affordability level. And let me go on. There's more on this policy. So the big discussion item that we had with the task force was explore changes to commercial space requirements for mixed use affordable housing development. So well, let me jump ahead. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So there really are two policies in the general plan that require affordable housing to provide commercial. The first policy, it's not policy X, something happened, I apologize. It's policy, I think H.2, but anyway, policy H2 is called it's really referenced as the 1.5 acre rule. And I won't get into that too much today, but it's just a policy that would allow affordable housing to go forward on sites that are commercial that aren't really viable for commercial anymore. The policy did have a provision that required that they provide, I think they replaced the existing commercial. The task force recommended that we get rid of that. And as a separate work item that's not part of tonight, because we did this as part of the housing crisis, staff and the task force, they both agreed that if a site's really not viable for commercial, you shouldn't have to do commercial. So there's no commercial requirement under the 1.5 acre rule for affordable housing. But the other policy, which we're here to talk about tonight, is policy 512, which allows affordable housing jump ahead in urban villages. That policy does require that you provide, I think it's substantially replace. We'll see in a minute. Forget. Here it is. Here's the language that you substantially replace the existing commercial square footage. And so this is one of the big discussions we had with the task force. The task force will, and a lot of the affordable housing bills will talk about how commercial space, that they're not in the business of providing commercial space. It's hard to lease. It creates financing challenges for them. It's been done in the past. There are affordable housing developments that do commercial mixed use. They have those spaces can be occupied, but there are challenges. And so but nevertheless, our recommendation was that we're going to make it more objective. It's not substantially. We're going to say replace at least 50% of the existing commercial square footage. So you don't have to replace it one for one. It's only half of what's there, but you do have to provide some commercial, because the idea of urban villages is to create these mixed use type of environments where people can live and they can create meet a lot of their daily needs within a village. So we think it's important, if you are converting commercial land to housing, that you provide at least some amount of commercial, and that's how we propose to define it. We said if the 50% replacement is less than 3,000 square feet, you should provide a minimum of 3,000 square feet of commercial. So the other thing that we add is that projects must meet the criteria above and are not subject to the state density bonus concession or waivers. So the idea there is they couldn't concession them way out of this criteria, because the idea being that this is a gateway policy, that you have to meet this criteria before you can consider residential. It's not a development standard that you could just sort of whittle away. Now let me hang on one second. The next slide is, so the task force, of course, their recommendation is just to eliminate the affordable housing requirement entirely. Eliminate the commercial requirement for affordable housing projects using this policy in the urban villages. And you can see what's there. It says such projects are not required to provide commercial space, even if the site contains existing commercial uses. They also propose to eliminate the provision number 4, which is highlighted in yellow, which staff was not proposing to delete, but that that language or criteria says the project is not located on identified key employment opportunity sites, which are sites generally 2 acres or larger, located at intersections, and for which there's anticipated market demand for commercial use within the next 10 to 15 years. So they just propose to get rid of that, and affordable housing could go anywhere in a village, and they don't have to provide any commercial. And so this is a difference that we have with the task force. Yeah.
Michael, I'm going to give the floor really quickly to Commissioner Montañez for her question.
Sure.
So there is a potentially real situation like this very close to, well, in the district that I represent. And it's currently commercial, but it's completely within a residential area. But it's a vacated land, and it is going to be affordable. So are you saying then that under this, unless it's 100% affordable, that there has to be 50% commercial still within that project?
Correct. So mind you, it has to be in an urban village. I think the project you're referring to is probably in an urban village.
Mm-hmm.
So this is sort of the debate here. Now, I think in Alum Rock, well, there's a couple of different portions of Alum Rock. Portions of Alum Rock have a village plan, so they don't need to use this policy.
Mm-hmm.
But there's in other portions of Alum Rock, the eastern end of Alum Rock, east of 680, there is no urban village plan, so a project would have to use this policy. And under this policy, under the proposed approach, if they're building on a commercial property with commercial square footage, they could use this policy and move forward with affordable housing, but they'd have to replace 50% of the commercial that's there on site. So for example, let's say there's a 10,000 square foot commercial building. They would have to provide 5,000 square feet of commercial space within their affordable housing project. It'd have to be mixed use, in other words.
Mm-hmm. Task
force recommendation is, they shouldn't have to provide anything. It could just be 100% affordable housing project. Now, mind you, these are commercial corridors. From staff perspective, it makes sense to have some commercial on the corridor or not get rid of commercial entirely.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a different perspective. Now, just to tell you the full story, there is SB 35. There is density. Well, more importantly, there's density bonus. And so even with this policy, what we're finding is that affordable housing developers are using the density bonus law to request a concession that they don't have to build commercial. And so there's a bit of debate about this going on right now. We don't think that applies to this policy, but it is being applied elsewhere, definitely in the city. And we have to essentially knock down, we say, okay, that's fine, you can do less. They do have to do commercial because that's a use. It's not a development standard. It's just that they can sort of knock it down to something that's really, really small. So there is that possibility. I mean, we are seeing affordable housing developers do that. So in practice, we're not too sure how this is going, this is going to play out, as the staff is recommending. I think, and I think there's more work to be done in sort of interpreting some state laws right now, frankly, but that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, I just kind of want to keep that in the back of my mind when this is coming through. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments from my colleagues? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of done with this. I mean, I know that in Alum Rock, for example, there's a lot of concern with business displacement, and a lot of housing development, affordable for the most part, may result in some cases of displacement. If you build mixed use, could it be an opportunity to let those businesses move back in? It could be. There are definitely challenges to that, but those are, things that in some cases could be overcome, and we're trying to navigate through those challenges to make sure that there would be opportunities for mom and pops. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next item, plan growth capacity shifts. So the scope item was to shift plan residential capacity to downtown, explore shifts and plan housing capacity to downtown. Oops, sorry, that's twice, excuse me. Redistribution of plan growth and urban village boundary modifications. We talked about this some already, but the other part of this, which I'm going to get into in a minute, is shifting some job and housing growth between urban villages. So I'll dig into that now. Oops. So the staff related to downtown, the staff of the task force recommendation was to reallocate over 12,000 units of residential capacity to downtown and DSAP. That's the Diridon Station Area Plan, which is where Downtown West, aka Google, is planning to build, and relocate over 47,000 jobs to downtown. This included reallocating all 35,000 jobs in North Coyote to downtown and to Diridon area. And this is because of all the planned growth that Google is anticipating, was proposing, but not just that. There's a lot of residential and commercial entitlements being proposed, approved in downtown. So it's beyond that. So it's really sort of, making sure we have capacity, not just for the stuff now, but for the years, the next decade coming forward. 10 to 15 years coming forward. And, again, it makes sense really to focus growth downtown because that's where we have, really great mix of uses. We have great transportation access and particularly great transit access, and we're going to even have better, that's not really right to say, right? Much better transit access with a future BART extension, hopefully high-speed rail, but Caltrain electrification, which is being built right now. I should mention, even though the task force we made a recommendation on this, and this was intended to be part of this 4-year review hearing discussion, these shifts were actually made as part of the Downtown West and Diridon Station Area Plan approval process because the growth from those shifts were needed to approve those two projects. And so it was actually, this decision has already been made and approved by City Council. So it's not something that we need your recommendation on tonight, but it was part of our scope and I just wanted to give you background. So here are the shifts that we are proposing. I don't know, I can walk through them, but essentially it's moving to housing and jobs around generally to reflect where we're seeing interest in building housing or jobs and we're running out of capacity and we need to add more so that there's more runway for development within a given urban village. So this is, I won't walk through this, but these are the changes. We can go back to this if you'd like, but these are the changes that are proposed. So we have an additional recommendation that was not discussed with the task force. I'll share that with you. So I'll give you some background, excuse me. So one of the challenges we're having in our general plan is we have so many growth areas in the general plan. We have all those urban villages. We have the Horizon 1, 2, 3. We have North San Jose, planned for 32,000 housing units. We have downtown, which I forget what the number is now, but thousands of housing units. We just added more housing units. We have specific plans that have housing in them. And we're actually running out of housing capacity, not because housing is getting built as fast as we like it to, but because it's getting too thin, too spreadly amongst all of these growth areas. So where a lot of the housing has been moved out of, for example, were those outlying urban Horizon 3 urban villages. And so now we have villages with like 15 housing units or 20 or 25 or 60. So it's kind of creating a problem. When a project wants to come in, there's not enough capacity to really build a project of any substance or any size. And there needs to be a general plan amendment process to add capacity to that village so the project can move forward. And, that's created just a lot of headaches. So to deal with this, what we were recommending is that we share planned growth capacity between all of the urban villages. And so that would provide, that's jobs and housing capacity. So that would provide flexibility to allocate residential units and jobs between villages for pending entitlements that happen. Now, keep in mind, none of these villages have the maximum amount of development you could build. Our capacity numbers are always much lower than what you could actually build in a village. So it's not like, it's just essentially allowing more opportunities for developing the plan, at least the urban village plans that are approved already. and it's going to remove a cumbersome process of reallocating growth through a general plan amendment process. So instead of staff having come back to you and go to council saying, hey, we want to move, 65 units from this village over here to that village over there, we wouldn't have to do that. And so it just provides a lot more flexibility moving forward. It allows us to just move that capacity we have around the villages to accommodate development. That being said, we still will allocate units, jobs and housing capacities, units and jobs to actual growth areas or to the urban villages. And the reason for that is, for one, for CEQA, for EIR. So for environmental purposes, we have to make assumptions about where the growth is going to happen. So for that purpose, we have to assign them to villages. And if a project were to come along and need to borrow growth from somewhere else, use the pool, or just be able to like pull from that pool and not worry about how much is in a village, how many jobs are housing, they can do that without doing the general plan amendment. But they would have to do an environmental analysis just to understand, are there any environmental impacts in moving into locating additional jobs in that village beyond what the general plan analyzed in the EIR. So that would be used for the purposes of CEQA. And it would also be used for the purposes of planning. So when we do a village plan, we would we use that for just sort of at least a base level of how much we should plan for. And that's it. That's actually the end of the urban village stuff. So I will turn it back to you, Chair.
Absolutely. Before we move on, Commissioner Oliveria.
Michael, when you're mentioning CEQA there, are you saying that the villages would have an CEQA clearance?
Well, so the villages have a certain level of CEQA clearance under the general plan EIR. But what I'm saying is that there in the environmental analysis in the EIR, there's an assumption about how much growth will happen in each urban village. And that's what's analyzed. So let's say Blossom Hill and Snell, I'm making this up, but it would assume there's going to be 500 new jobs and 350 new housing units. And so that's what's analyzed in the environmental analysis in the EIR. And so we would keep track of that. It would be in our general plan and our CEQA for the purposes of CEQA. So if a development came along and says, hey, I want to build in Blossom Hill and Snell, there's only 350 housing units there, but we want to build a project that's going to build 450. What do we do? In the past, they'd have to do a general plan amendment and do CEQA analysis. Now what we're saying is, no, you don't have to do a general plan amendment, but you'll still have to analyze adding additional capacity to that village in your CEQA. So it's essentially going to be used more for the purposes of CEQA than it would be for otherwise. And right, so it just makes it it gives it a lot more flexibility to staff to sort of adjust to where the development wants to go.
So if a village has capacity for 1,000 units of residential and X number of commercial, when the project comes through, then would the project not have to do CEQA because it's already done in the general plan?
Well, you always have to do CEQA, but the of some level, it might be a negative declaration, right? But you wouldn't have to analyze the growth that's in the general plan. So actually, I think David's on the line. He can correct me if I'm wrong. I think sometimes we use determination of consistency. Well, I'll defer to him on that. But the point is here that if you are building within the capacity that's in the general plan, you don't have to analyze adding more growth to that urban village. It's already covered within the environmental analysis. Now, under our proposal, if you were proposing to do additional growth beyond those 1,000 jobs or 1,000 housing units, you would have to do an analysis about adding more growth to that village than was analyzed in our EIR. But if you're within the umbrella, you wouldn't have to analyze that.
Commissioner Oliverio, I could.
Does David want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, I could use an example of this. So the Berryessa Urban Village There was capacity that was transferred into that as part of housing capacity per Appendix 5 in the general plan. So the EIR for the general plan evaluated the impacts of the development in the entire city and in these different growth areas, affecting things like vehicle miles traveled, greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera. So when the urban village for the flea market in the Berryessa BART area was brought forward, there was a desire to bring in more housing units to that urban village that was allocated to that urban village in the general plan and in the general plan EIR. So we had to do an analysis. We call it the long range transportation analysis, which measures how that's going to affect the transportation system on certain measures of effectiveness. This includes citywide VMT, travel speeds and transit priority corridors, and impacts on mode share of how people get to work. So this analysis, has to occur when you're shifting development around through, from what was originally assumed to occur in the EIR for the general plan, and that's in the Appendix 5. Now, what is proposed with this FOIA review is that, that transfer process. So, for example, if Stevens Creek Boulevard, somebody wanted to come in with a bigger project and wanted to add 1,000 units above and beyond, let's say there's 3,000 units that are allocated to that urban village, and you wanted to and a lot of that capacity had already been entitled. So to build an 1,000 unit project, you had to transfer in, let's say, 1,000 new units to that urban village above what was allocated to that urban village in Appendix 5. Then you're going to have to do this general plan long range transportation analysis, and analysis for how this changes the impacts evaluated in the general plan EIR. For this particular situation, what the general plan FOIA review would do is decouple that process from a general plan text amendment, meaning you won't have to wait one time a year to go through the general plan cycle. You could go and do that analysis when a project comes in rather than waiting for that annual cycle, but you still have to do the CEQA analysis.
Okay, and that's a lot there. Just want to ask a question. Is it, if funding wasn't an issue, could the city already pretty much clear future development so that development could happen faster through the EIR CEQA process, or this is as good as it gets?
So if there was a process where we prepared more program project level clearance EIRs like we have for the downtown area, then that would be feasible if we did that for each urban village. However, that would be a monumental task to prepare an EIR or a CEQA document to provide that level of clearance for every urban village. We have 70 something urban villages. So is what we do now, we take the general plan, overall, growth analysis, overall program level analysis, but then individual projects have to do their own project level analysis within their urban villages.
Okay, well,
Commissioner Oliverio, I think you're frozen. Or is that my computer?
No, I think
he did freeze up.
And I assume that means not Jackson. Could anyone explain why Jackson was omitted?
Commissioner Oliverio, you're going to have to restate your question. You froze momentarily.
No sweat. Thank you, Chair. So my question is, I noticed on Japantown that it said Taylor Street only, which I take it that it means. So can someone say why? Because I do notice on Jackson, we do have housing above commercial that's both old and new. Thank you.
Yeah, so the housing on Jackson, on Japantown, Taylor Street, is that what you're referring to? The 600 units? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to get to that next.
My apologies. Thank you.
No worries. You didn't know that.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? All right. Seeing none, we are ready to move on to the business district.
Okay, so we got through item number 1. We've got, I think, 4 more to go. But that one we just did is by far the most ginormous one. So I think we're more than halfway through. So the next is, I'm going to talk about neighborhood business district overlay. So the scope item is to explore policies that would allow limited housing in neighborhood business districts and determine shifts in planned housing capacity to facilitate future residential development in those areas. So just background, what is a neighborhood business district? So these are neighborhood business districts actually are in our general plan. They used to be used by the redevelopment agency for funding small business programs. Now they're essentially just an overlay in our general plan. But they're places that provide a sense of place and identity for the community. They define character and culture of the neighborhood. They're kind of a third space where neighbors go out and get coffee, they meet, they eat, they do a little shopping, run into their friends, their neighbors. And they provide, often provide stability for small family-owned or independent mom and pop businesses. And there's a picture of Willow Street and the Story Road Neighborhood Business District. And here's a map of all the NBDs around San Jose. The ones in yellow are the ones that are currently not growth areas or really urban villages. Now, remember, Story Road, as part of this proposal, is recommended to become an urban village. So we've already talked about that one. But the other 4 that we're going to talk about, which are not growth areas, either don't allow housing now or allow housing in a very limited fashion, are North 13th Street, Japantown, Willow Street, and Willow Glen or Lincoln Avenue. Hang on, I just need to get a glass of water here. Just 1 second.
No, I get it. You're a one-man band tonight.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start with North 13th Street. So North 13th, this is the boundaries of the NBD. It's between Heading and Jackson Street. It was one of San Jose's Little Italies way back when. It's a hodgepodge. I'll go to the next slide, of some small neighborhoods serving businesses. Like there's a Mexican oriented sort of boutique that has products from Mexico on the left there, and then there's Rolo's Donuts. It also has a lot of it has some neighborhood services like barber shops and things like that, a number of restaurants, but it has a lot of industrial uses on it. Auto body, machining, auto repair. There's a seafood distributor. So it's kind of a bit gritty at times. It's a mix of stuff. The other one, of course, is Willow Glen, Lincoln Avenue. And this is, way back when people said, well, where's an urban village in San Jose? We would say Lincoln Avenue. But it's not actually an urban village. I think there was a lot of reluctance to make it an urban village. But it's a neighborhood business district. It has been for some time. And so, of course, the issue there is, could you allow residential? And it's currently designated neighborhood community commercial for the most part. And it runs from, what is that? Los Gatos Creek Co. to about Minnesota. And I think you all know Willow Glen pretty well, but there's a picture looking north from Minnesota. Starbucks is just outside of the picture on your right. So here's Japantown. Japantown is partially within the Jackson Taylor residential strategy, which is a specific plan for higher density housing that's largely been built out. It includes a portion of that right here. It actually includes Taylor Street as well. So it includes, of course, Japantown, which I think you're all familiar with. That it's probably the best remaining Japantown in the United States, the most vibrant one I've seen. I think all of them. San Jose takes ranking #1 in my book, but it's not. So it's sort of, as you can see, it's primarily Taylor Street and Jackson are the main spines, and 6th Street. There's images of Taylor Street, and the reason why it's Taylor Street, I'll get to that in a minute, but we're recommending changes specifically to Taylor Street, but not elsewhere in the neighborhood business district. I'll talk about that. I can talk about that a little more later. The other one, I think this is the last one, is Willow Street, otherwise known as Calle Willow. This used to be another Little Italy in San Jose, part of Goose Town. Lots of Italian immigrant community, and it's transitioned now to be primarily a Mexican immigrant community, a very vibrant shopping street in that community, as well as I think it brings in a regional draw, not just from that neighborhood, but from people from all over the South Bay to do shopping. I think I've heard it's called Quinceañera Row, and it's extremely, extremely vibrant and real icon within, cultural icon within San Jose. And it runs from where the Southern Pacific Caltrain Railroad tracks are, all the way just east of Almadén Avenue, and includes Sacred Heart and the Guadalupe, Sacred Heart Church. Here's again some images. It includes a mix of things, residential, but a number of commercial spaces. Many of them are already mixed use. I think this building right here, if you can see my cursor, I believe that's residential above. A lot of the buildings, of course, were probably built in the 1920s or so, teens, 20s, 30s, they're older, more walkable neighborhood. Here's just some examples of, so again, our scope is to look at how could we integrate or further facilitate housing in these urban villages. And here's some examples of what it could look like. This is not prescriptive in any way, but this, just want to note, this came out of the AARP Livable Community Charrette that was done for North 13th Street to look at how housing and mixed use could be integrated into that corridor. And here's just some examples of development that could occur, mixed use type of development that could occur in an NBD. This one right here, if you can see my cursor, is actually in Willow Glen. I should note this is not a residential mixed use project. It is an office commercial mixed use project, but that kind of shape or form of building could exist. This one's in Berkeley. I'm not too sure where the other ones are, to be honest with you, but they give you some examples of residential and residential mixed use. Actually, this one is on 10th and Taylor next to Gordon Biersch's brewery. So our recommendation is to establish North 13th Street, Willow Glen, and Japantown, Taylor Street only as non-growth area neighborhood business district overlay. Establish an initial pool of 600 residential units to facilitate residential development in those 3 neighborhood business districts, and revise the NBD overlay to provide flexibility for housing. So the overlay requirements would say you need to replace existing commercial where it exists, one for one. If none exists on site, or you're not adjacent to commercial, you could do 100% residential. There'd be no commercial requirement. Projects would need to comply with citywide design guidelines, and you would need to adaptively reuse historic structures on site. I should note, I just want to note, I neglected to do this, but Japantown and 13th Street already allow residential. It's neighborhood, it's mixed use commercial. However, as currently written in the general plan, you have to do a minimum of 0.5 FAR of commercial. So if you have a property that's, say, 20,000 square feet, you'd have to build 10,000 square feet of commercial before you build residential. It has to be mixed use. And our proposal here is that you wouldn't have to do a 0.5 FAR of commercial. The approach to all of the 3 neighborhood business districts is that if you have commercial on site, you have to replace 50% of it, or did I say 50? You have to replace all of it, 100% of it. Or if you're adjacent to commercial, you have to expand that and build commercial on your property, just the frontage along the street. But there would be no requirement of replacement because there is nothing there. But if you have a site that is not commercial at all, you could build 100% of residential. So in this case, it's mainly about further facilitating residential, because residential is allowed in a way, but it's pretty onerous to build it at this point. And that, I believe, is the same. Let me go back. where's Japantown? And Japantown is the same situation as mixed use commercial. So the other recommendation is in terms of, oh, let me step back and just mention one thing. So about Japantown. So we're only recommending Taylor Street, not all of Japantown. And the reason for that is that the rest of Japantown, primarily this area here that's really the spine of Jackson, or this Jackson is the spine of, is the core of Japantown. It is not a national historic district. There was conversations about establishing that. There was analysis done. It was almost taken across the finish line. And I think the property owners got shaky knees, and they backed down. But it is eligible to be a national historic district. And we're not proposing to introduce residential here. We think there, given all the state law changes, it could have a significant impact on the urban fabric of Japantown and impact its character in a negative way, and detract from the character, the Japantown that we have today. So we're not recommending touching that. It's just Taylor Street, which is kind of a panhandle, if you will, of Japantown, not the really historic part, and doesn't have as many sort of businesses related to Japantown. So I just wanted to highlight that it's not recommended for all of Japantown, and that's why. So the other recommendation was about density and maximum height. So the maximum height on North 13th Street is currently 50 feet in the zoning code. We're not recommending to change that. We're proposing to keep it 50 feet. And the amount of units currently allowed under the mixed use commercial is 50 dwelling units to the acre. Based on feedback from the community, we're planning to leave that as it is now. The main difference with North 13th Street is that heavy requirement for commercial is going to be knocked way down to provide a lot more flexibility to encourage residential and mixed use development on 13th Street. Willow Glen, the height that's allowed there now currently is 50 feet. So for sites that are less than 1.5 acres, we're proposing that the maximum height be just kept at 50 feet. Where there was feedback from many in the community meetings, not all, but many thought that was too high in some cases. But we felt that 50 feet still is appropriate, and it is what's in the zoning code now. So we're recommending 50 feet. If you get to sites that are larger than 1.5 acres, we're saying you could go up to 65 feet. In terms of density, it would be 50 dwellings to the acre for the smaller properties at 1.5 acres, and up to 65 dwellings to the acre for larger sites greater than 1.5 acres, or 1.5 acres or more. For Japantown, it's split between the north side and the south side, and that was to sort of acknowledge the feedback that we heard from the community, that they're different, that there's more single-family homes abutting on the north side. The properties are a little bit shallower at times as well. The south side has more opportunities, and there's not as much single family, or this isn't really single family abutting it. So the approach there is that on Taylor Street on the north side, you could build up to 50 feet. On the south side, it's up to 65 feet. And it has a corresponding density of 50 dwelling units to the acre on the north side and 65 on the south side. Now, I just want to note one thing, that this is sort of this high level general plan policy. It doesn't get into a lot of the more details about stuff. And so, like for example, maybe some step downs to single family and things like that. We do have design guidelines for that, which would apply. But we do have to do zoning ordinance updates to implement this body of work in the general plan that we're proposing. So just to make it clear that this is something that if the council approves, it would be approved, but would not go into effect until staff can come back with a zoning ordinance to implement this. And that's where we might even look at some more refinements, but that's that. I just want to make that clear. And that in the past, we did not have to do that. We could just do the general plan changes and do the zoning later, or not do it at all and let the developer figure it out when they have a project, make them do it later. But because of state law now, we have to rezone it to implement the general plan. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that's a little sort of new legal nuance that has arisen in the last couple years. Now, you're probably wondering, I haven't mentioned Kaya Willow a whole lot so far, other than to just tell you about it's one of the ones that we're supposed to consider. So, originally staff and task force recommended including it in this NBD overlay to allow residential uses or to facilitate residential uses in that in that corridor, in that business district. That corridor is already mixed use commercial, just like 13th Street and Taylor. So you could do theoretically residential now, but it requires that 0.5 floor area ratio of commercial before you can build residential. It requires a lot more commercial than you would typically build in mixed use projects. And so we haven't seen a whole lot of interest in building there. I don't think that's the only reason. There's other reasons too. So the idea here was to, again, apply this new overlay changes to the Willow to provide more flexibility to incent housing development here. We met with the community on a number of occasions and the businesses out there, and they were very concerned about gentrification of their neighborhood and potential business displacement as new development comes in. And we listened to them and we thought about it. And even though we originally recommended, the task force recommended including this to allow housing, further facilitate housing in the overlay, we've changed course. We really believe that there is a really legitimate displacement risk in this corridor that could be a real threat to this vibrant cultural asset in San Jose. And it was, keep in mind, it was done in the context, this is, the flea market was going on, the Barry Escobar Urban Village Plan was going on at this time. And that's, the development that was set forth there that was laid down in 2003 under the administration of Ron Gonzalez that really in many ways made that determination about the future of the flea market, that we're grappling with it there. And we really think it's important that we make the right policy choices to encourage preservation of Kaya Willow in this case. And what we're seeing, quite frankly, and we could see is that we don't think there's a lot of interest in market rate housing there for a number of reasons. I just don't think that the rents would be high enough, but affordable housing development, I think they could be interested. They would take advantage of density bonus and SB 35 and these other state law provisions and come in there and redevelop and displace residential and, potentially not put any displace small businesses and not put any commercial in at all. So there was a real concern about that. And because of that, we've modified our recommendation. So staff is no longer recommending applying the overlay to Willow Street, Kaya Willow. We're also taking it a step further. We're recommending that council direct staff to change the land use designation from mixed use commercial to neighborhood community commercial to preclude new residential development in this small, vibrant corridor to really help preserve the businesses within within Kinsiera Row, as it's called. The task force had some additional recommendations, which we are not recommending. And it was explore revising the 100% replacement of commercial to provide more flexibility based on the different status and success of each NBD. So it's more of an action. So I think they wanted us to really, look at that down the road and do a more nuanced approach. And I get it. I think from our perspective, these are neighborhood business districts. We think it's important to at least maintain and where we can enhance the amount of commercial and the commercials that's there and not sort of nibble away at it and shrink it down. It's a neighborhood business district. It's a neighborhood business district, not a neighborhood housing district. We want the businesses, we want the housing, we want both. We want to make sure that we have the successful space for small businesses going forward into the future. They also wanted to add a policy that development projects be required to comply with future anti-displacement strategies resulting from the small business Alum Rock pilot project. So the city is doing a pilot in Alum Rock to come up with strategies of anti-displacement. Staff didn't have a strong opinion about this, quite frankly, but we just thought it was a little premature to do this. And I think if we develop a policy, and I think we are going to be working on policies in 5 wounds, all of that work could result in a citywide policy that, that decision could be made. And we imagine that it very likely would be applied in these NBDs, but we didn't really see the need to do that now. But we weren't strongly opposed to this. We just didn't see the need to do that. Let's go through, let's develop that strategy and have that conversation later. And my voice is getting hoarse.
Oh, yeah.
And that's it for that one. So back to you, Chair.
So I'm going to have to step away for a couple of minutes, and I will hand over the reins quite briefly to Vice Chair Casey. But before I do that, and I understand I'm not following the procedural rules at the moment, I do want to say to the community the importance of your voice. City staff literally changed their recommendations based on what you said, and that is not only something that you should be commended for, but equally city staff for truly taking those voices in and taking it into account. So it does gratify me a great deal. So with that, I will now hand over the reins quite quickly to Vice Chair Casey. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, do we have any questions from the commissioners at this point, or is Michael going to get the green light to continue? Commissioner Olivero.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, you noted the differential on Taylor Street between the south side and the north side, and how one side is next to residential. And that still would pertain, that would also pertain to other districts such as Lincoln. So can you explain the difference there?
Yeah, Lincoln is different. There is a differential. Instead of doing one side or the other, we thought, because while it's generally true that there are larger parcels on the west side, at least between Minnesota and Willow, there are some larger properties on the other side. So we used a different approach based on sort of a site size. That was our sort of take on that.
Got it. And then noting Japantown as a potential historic district with recognition, is that due to the cultural aspect of Japantown, or the historical structural integrity of the buildings, versus something like Lincoln Avenue, which is sufficiently old? Lincoln Avenue used to be called Willow Glen Road, and then was named after Lincoln after his assassination. So that's well over 150 years. So I just want to understand the differences.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, so I think I'd have to dig into this, but my understanding is Japantown is eligible for a National Historic District because of both the cultural and the physical, the physical buildings that are there that are sort of the physical manifestation of what Japantown was and remains. So I think my understanding, it's both the buildings and the cultural history, and but they're tied together.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ornella Wise.
I just want to say thank you to the staff for taking into account the beautiful fabric of the multicultural community, both in Japantown and Calle Willow, for listening and doing. I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no more questions from the commissioners, Michael, do you want to proceed?
I'll keep rolling. Yeah, here. So we're getting closer here. The next couple ones can get a little bit wonky. I'll try not to get too wonky here. So the scope of work is to consider moving from the Tier 2 of General Plan's transportation goals and policy actions to support the reduction of vehicle miles traveled to achieve our climate goals and greenhouse gas reduction. And I'll give you a little more background on that. Well, let me just talk to you about what is vehicle miles traveled, right? So let me just start with the basics. So vehicle miles traveled is essentially a measurement of how much we drive, and like how much we drive, how far, and what you're seeing here is a map of VMT. So it's kind of no surprise, but if you look at the green areas on the map, those are the areas where we have relatively low VMT, less driving, not as much driving. And then if you look at the red areas, those are areas where we have an incredible amount of driving. And it's unmitigable. There's nothing you can do from an environmental mitigation perspective to make it less than significant. That's getting too technical. But the point is that there's, depending on where you are in San Jose, there's different levels, different amount of driving. And so you live in an older pre-1950 part of San Jose where there's a grid street pattern, there's more transit, there's a neighborhood convenience market, things are closer together, uses are mixed up. You're going to drive less. You might ride your bike, you might walk, you might ride the bus. And when you do drive, you drive a lot shorter distance. You go out to like Evergreen, for example, we'll talk more about that later, or Almond and Valley, there's houses for days. Shopping is pretty far away. Jobs are really, really far away. And other things that you might want to do in your life are you got to drive a lot. And there's only a couple roads to get you anywhere, and they're full of cars, and you got to, so there's a lot of driving. So this is kind of reflects that. So, transportation as measured by VMT, transportation is roughly about 51% of our greenhouse gas emissions in this valley and in San Jose. It's the biggest contributor to our greenhouse gas emissions. So, really the focus is, can we reduce vehicle miles traveled to knock down greenhouse gas emissions? Yeah, so that's really the point of this, just of this slide here. So the general plan has very ambitious goals to reduce driving, VMT. It has ambitious goals to get people to take other modes to get to work, and so we have all of these different tiers for VMT. We have all these policies to get us there. We also have actions in the general plan of things that we should do as a city to sort of achieve these VMT reduction and GHG reduction goals. And these VMT reduction goals are broken into 3 tiers. And let me just hang on. Yeah, so the first tier, these are actions. These are things that they're not policies, they're actions of things that we should do. And so the first tier of actions are actions that we implemented, that we were told to do with the council approval of the general plan in 2011. So right out of the gate, these are things that we needed to do per the general plan, and we have been doing. So some examples are reallocating space from automobiles to other modes. And you'll see that, for example, on Heading Street, which is 4 lanes, put down to 2, and there's bike lanes. There's other roads that we're doing this around the city as well. Increasing service to major transit, or increasing service on major transit routes. That's something I know we've had a lot of challenges, particularly under COVID, but that's something that the city's been working on with VTA on. How can we improve service on our major transit corridors? We're also, exploring, updating transportation demand and management program to sort of a program, or getting developers to do things that would reduce driving and the need for parking, developing a TDM monitoring program framework, basically sort of a way that we can sort of monitor those things that developers have been required to do to see how they're working and make sure that they've been done. So these are actions that what we're doing now. The tier 3 actions are also things that we are directed to do now, but these are more of a supportive role. They're actions to work at the state, regional, and I suppose really the state and regional. We could work at the federal level too, to work on these larger initiatives to reduce VMT. And so, for example, support state efforts on vehicle taxes, lead regional efforts on congestion pricing, support county efforts on freeway and expressway toll lanes, support regional parking policy. So these are things that are ongoing that we've been working on in some capacity for a long time, and we'll continue to work on. So it's tier 2 actions that the general plan has not committed us to do. And that's really what's before you tonight. The general plan basically says these are things you'll do in the future, and it's part of the future 4-year major review of the general plan, which what we're in right now. You should consider whether you want to move to these 2-tier actions. And so, a lot of background. So, I think the planet is getting hotter. We're experiencing that now. I think climate change is real. It was sort of a theoretical thing about 10 years when the general plan was approved in 2011. Now it's very real. Since 2011, we've approved a climate action plan to look at really what steps we can take to reduce GHG emissions and how we can reduce VMT and in that work to achieve those ends. And many of these things we're actually already started and we're doing now. And so we feel that this is the time for us to sort of turn on tier 2 and say that against the general plan giving us directions, yes, we should pursue these things. Now, they're not policies, they're action, they're a to-do list, they're a work list. Now, out of this, of course, there could be policy changes to the general plan that occur. We anticipate there will be, but that would be a future decision by the city council. So an example is some tier 2 actions that are reduced parking minimums, revise the parking requirements, explore establishing parking maximums. These are things that we've been doing over the last year and a half already, and are working on a parking and transportation demand management strategy, which will come to the Planning Commission next year and go to City Council next year as well. So those are kind of works that is going on. Those are just actions. But out of those actions, for example, there will be policy and zoning ordinance recommendations that the council will consider. We have other recommendations related to this. Of course, our big recommendation is move forward with implementation of tier 2 VMT actions. I just talked about that. There's some other sort of cleanup we'd like to do. So we want to align our vehicle miles traveled reduction goals to align with the climate smart reduction goals. So one just cleanup as we change the base year from 2008 to 2017. So our current goal is to reduce our VMT percent reduction from 2017 levels, to reduce it by 38%. Our replacement goal to align with climate smart is reduce it by 45%. We're also recommending a sort of new interim 2030 goal of reducing it up to 20%. And then that also we have a goal related to VMT reduction per service population, that is per worker and resident in the city. So again, in the big picture, stepping back, is to establish a midterm goal of 2030. We don't have that now. It's changing the base from 2008 to 2017, and making a more ambitious goal to reflect our climate smart plan that council approved a few years ago.
Michael, really quickly, I see that Commissioner Montañez has her hand up. Commissioner Montañez, you have a question?
Well, I'm almost done.
Oh, all right. We'll go ahead. We'll let you finish, and then we'll go to Commissioner Montañez.
Let me just finish the section. The other one, I mean, I don't have to get into this now, but it's also just to change our mode split goal in the general plan to align with climate smart. So, right. So, in drive alone goal is 45% or less of our trips. The goal is to make it 25% or less of our trips in the future with climate smart. It's just an example. So it's really aligning with climate smart. Yeah. And then there's a number of actions to achieve. We have a number of proposed action to achieve our new VMT reduction and mode split goals to further our climate smart goals to reduce GHG emissions. I just threw them up there. There's a number of things we can talk about. Some of those things I have on a lifeline, a Ramses from DOT. I can call him in as needed. But I think, so that's our recommendation is, I think I've kind of gone through it already, and I'm done. So I'm going to turn it back to you, Chair, and we can open up for questions.
Thank you. We'll go Montañez, Cantrell, and then Oliverio. Montañez.
Sure. So, when we talk about the VMTs, we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that under this new administration that potentially there are some incentives that are coming for the purchase of EV vehicles. And I believe that the Silicon Valley, here in the Silicon Valley, we own about 20% of all the electric vehicles in California. And so when we talk about, I see a lot of, less parking spaces and, more transit and all of that. But there are some of us who do own EV vehicles and will probably never not own a vehicle. And there's probably a whole segment of the population that as electric vehicles become more affordable, that will move in that route. And so how does this account for this potential trend to move out of maybe, the gas vehicles to EV, and what is the impact of that on, you know, these actions in this plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. So I think, you know, the approach overall is twofold. One is to, so a lot of the emissions are now pretty much are being generated by gas vehicles. Now electric vehicles do generate some emissions, but not nearly as much, right? Because you have to generate power for cars, but it's really the gas cars. So the idea here is that we're trying to reduce VMT. Now we recognize that as the years go by, 2030, 2035, 2040, that the goal is that gas vehicles will start to become less and less of the fleet. And so, we may need to revisit this in the future. A lot of these, just keep in mind that all of this policy work is not stagnant. It adapts to the changing context of the world. So we need to do that. But I will say this, that if we are successful in reducing VMT, and VMT with all vehicles, electric, that will help. And the gas cars that are still out there, that will help. That will actually go even farther to reducing our GHG emissions. So it'd be kind of a twofer, right? Less driving, more electric. We're going to even do better on the reduction of front. But yeah, again, I think this, as we move forward in time, this would, we'd have to sort of look at thinking about it. Does this need to be adjusted in some way? But it's not stagnant.
Right. I agree with that. Just to follow up, I do agree with that. And I think that as we move, especially as what we're seeing with this, what the administration is doing, that, we take into account that, what that is. And then also as we are, as we're looking at this, this general plan, that we also take into account that what are some of those incentives in some of those development projects that will encourage more moving away from the gas vehicles towards these, electric vehicles. And I don't really see any of those incentives in here. And I think we kind of need to think forward, especially given, like I said, what's coming. I mean, if you go onto PG&E's website, you'll see that depending on where you financially, where you land with your income, some younger individuals people getting into the workforce right now qualify to up to like $16,000 in EV rebates, which encourages young people to, when they're purchasing their first car or second car, or, upgrading, that they will move in that direction if they know what these incentives are. And then also with the Biden administration wanting to, give certain amount of credit towards that I think what we do here today needs to take all of that into account. And I'm just not really seeing that clearly laid out today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work going on related to electric vehicles, which I'm, I can't speak that closely to because I'm not involved directly in that work. I will say that the city council passed a REACH code, which I'm afraid I don't remember all the details on that. Maybe someone else on this call knows the details, but it does have requirements for accommodating electric vehicles in some way. So it's part of that REACH code. We'd have to follow up and give you the specifics on that, but because I can't remember. But it is part of the REACH code, and there are other efforts that are going underway. And I will note that the DOT are leading as well as planning, and the Environmental Service Division. And we do have sort of in here, at least amongst all these different actions, is looking at shared electric mobility options. So how could you incent and facilitate electric vehicles that are shared? So I even though you're not seeing it here, I just want to let you know that there's a lot of work being done on that front as well. It's just sort of it's happening in other areas.
Thank you, Michael. We will now go to Commissioner Cantrell, then Oliverio, then Martinois.
Just have a question about process, actually. So does that conclude your presentation for today?
Oh, no, I have more.
Yeah.
I'm close, but not there.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Oliverio.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, can you tell me how VMT can adversely or negatively affect San Jose's goal of adding more jobs? I've heard criticism from people that live in other cities that are maybe jealous of San Jose trying to get to a sufficient tax base to provide basic city services, that they claim that then people will have to drive from further away, that people will drive from outlying communities to San Jose, which then creates vehicle miles traveled, so then don't have any new development. Can you help me on this one?
Yeah, sure. So, this is related to the transportation policy that was approved by council a little over 2 years ago, that transitioned the city from using congestion, or what's often called as level of service, to vehicle miles traveled as the the threshold for the environmental analysis, or CEQA. And so the policy, the way it works is, if you're in a green area, you're assumed to not have any VMT environmental impact. If you're in a yellow area, you might, or an orange area, you do, you have a higher VMT, but there's ways you could mitigate that. If you're in a red area, what that is saying is that if you build out there, there's no way that you could mitigate driving to less than a significant level. You could never reduce the amount of driving below our threshold, which is 15% below the regional average. There's just nothing you could do. There's just going to be driving. That's just how it is, And I think a lot of people say, yeah, there's just going to be driving. We acknowledge that. So what that would mean in those areas, it doesn't mean employment can't go forward, but it does mean that employment over a certain size threshold, and I can't remember all the size thresholds. I think for industrials over 100,000 square feet, they would have to do an EIR, and there would have to essentially be, the council would have to override the environmental impacts. And as part of that, they would have to, most likely, they would have to contribute money to pay for transportation improvements, particularly multimodal transportation improvements that would contribute to reducing driving and facilitate other modes. So there is a path forward for that employment, commercial, industrial development. It's just they'd have to go through an EIR process. And so for examples of that would be if North Coyote were to remain, that would be an example. The Edenvale business area, the properties in Evergreen that are up against the foothills that haven't been developed yet except for one building. Those are kind of these outlying areas that are in the red.
Okay, thank you.
We now have Commissioner Lord-et-Noir. Did you still want to ask a question?
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Commissioner Lord-et-Noir.
Oh, sorry. I said no, thank you.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Ornelas-Wise.
I just have some comments, just because I know that we have already some beautiful trails and existing bike paths. I mean, one of the action items that I'd like to see is maybe cleaning up some of those existing infrastructure that we have to help reduce VMT and clean, lit up, safe. I mean, that also includes along creeks and expressways, like some of the expressways like Capitol Expressway, Lawrence, or whatever expressways that are Monterey corridor, places like and around San Jose State where students could easily get on their bike and get to campus. So I would encourage also maybe having a campaign with other local and regional transportation agencies such as BTA, BART, the rail systems, maybe collaborating with the local libraries, maybe Kids Ride Free. I mean, really educating our younger population on these modes of transportation and the benefit of using, lowering, greenhouse gases and really doing stuff like that, really kind of creating a campaign. But of course, for me, safety is really important, especially, I'd like to see more young folks and folks of all ages on bikes, but I want them to be safe. And so those are some of the things that and including, being able to utilize the creek bike paths. Okay, so that's just some of my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? All right, seeing none. Michael, that was your break. Now you're back at it.
It is, I swear, this is the last one. Okay, so Evergreen, East Hills Development Policy.
Dude, we're saving all of our questions for this one just to keep it going.
All right, so this one is, I'll talk about what the Evergreen East Hills Development Policy was in a minute, but I think we were directed to explore reworking or closing it. Yeah, so let me just get into this. So where is Evergreen East Hills? So that's the boundary of it. It's Highway 101, Story Road, basically the end of urbanization in the East Foothills. I'm not too sure what the lines are to the south. They run through the mountains, but it's largely District 8, portion of District 5, and a small portion of District 7. It's mainly District 8. And just a little, let me just hang on. Yeah, so just a little background. So this area was developed in, largely, I think in, the 70s, 80s, 90s, even to the early 2000s. And it is your classic suburban conundrum, transportation land use conundrum. It's mostly all houses. It's got a suburban circulation network, which means you have a few very large roads and lots of lollipop cul-de-sacs, which means that you have all these cars that, they need to get out to go shopping and go to work. And you don't have a fine grained network of transportation of streets. You have just a few roads. So all these people in their houses pile into the few roads out and they become congested. And so the thing that really highlights the most, if you go to, Evergreen, Capitol, Aborn, that whole area, Tully, on a weekend, the traffic is horrible. Even during the week, during the week, it's horrible. Rush hour, it's horrible. You go downtown San Jose, which is a much denser environment, there's not much traffic. So that's just something to keep in mind about land use and transportation planning, that density doesn't necessarily mean traffic. It has how you plan the land uses and how you develop the circulation network to serve it can result in lots of traffic. So because of that conundrum, there has been a long-standing policy that goes back to the 70s that really restricted and limited and phased development, particularly housing development, consummate with transportation improvements that would need to be built to facilitate people getting in and out of Evergreen. So you didn't want too much housing to be built without the transportation infrastructure, because it's pretty congested and it's very difficult to get in and out. So and there's been many iterations of this. The latest one is the Evergreen East Hills Development Policy. This is the official statement intended to promote the long-term viability of the area by linking together limited development, emphasizing that, with supporting transportation infrastructure. And then there's a traffic impact fee that would be collected to pay for that infrastructure. The pool of development that was established in Evergreen, it's not a lot. I mean, it's 500 dwelling units to acre. It's 500 dwelling units total in that whole area. Only 500,000 square feet of retail and 75,000 square feet of commercial office. It's not a lot of development. So the development policy has largely been implemented. Not all, but many of the transportation improvements have been completed. There's also very little capacity remaining for housing. There's with the pending development that we have now for commercial, there'll be no remaining commercial capacity left in Evergreen. And frankly, commercial development is the kind of stuff that actually would make sense in Evergreen, because it might, it'd be either a reverse commute or enable people to shop, maybe work closer to where they live, and internalize trips within Evergreen, as opposed to trying to have to get out in the morning and come back in the afternoon. The other issue is that I've already talked about this, we have this new transportation policy based on vehicle miles traveled, not on level of service. Result of this and other state laws, the EIR that we have for Evergreen can no longer be used for environmental clearance for projects. So consistent with the Evergreen East Hills area development policy, the VMT policy promotes dense mixed-use infill growth, prevents sprawl, and reduces environmental footprint. So I just want to go back and let me just, unfortunately, I don't think my backup slides are here. Actually, let me see if they are. Are they here? Yes, they are. This version has them. So I just want to show you these slides really quick. I think they're helpful. The blue line is the Evergreen East Hills development policy. And the colors are the VMT heat map, as we call it. In other words, green, not a lot of driving is going to be generated. Red, oh my God, a drive everywhere for everything. So if you notice for residential, most of the policy area is red. It's not, you can't mitigate it. There's just going to be a lot of driving. And so that policy that we have really restricts development of residential in this area. What it says is that you can't build, it says that you can only build residential in growth areas. And if it's not in a growth area, it's on sites where you build less than 15 single family homes or less, or 25 or less multifamily units. So this policy is really restrictive about building residential in these outlying areas where people are going to have to drive everywhere, contributing to traffic congestion and, more importantly, VMT and GHG. The other issue, of course, is for office. There's a similar heat map here. There is, of course, the revert commute option, but that doesn't necessarily mean people drive less. So office does have a path forward under the policy, but you would have to do an EIR in the red areas. So that just kind of gives you some background about how the VMT heat map, the amount of driving that happens, is overlaid over this policy area. Let me go back to my previous slides. So our recommendation is to transition to the VMT policy for growth control and close out the East Hills area development policy. And as part of the closing of the EEHDP, the task force recommended, we agree with this, maintain the Evergreen East Hills visioning strategy, guiding principles, and design guidelines to memorialize the broader goals and policies of the Evergreen East Hills visioning strategy. So there was a lot of community input in those, and we think that those should be memorialized as sort of the broader vision of what needs to be achieved and what the community desires are. We also recommend that we continue to deliver on those transportation improvements that were identified that support development outcomes to date, meaning we recommend let's finish off the development, the transportation improvements that already have been identified, modifying them as it makes sense, but achieving the same outcome that needs to be done regarding traffic. And I think that in the big picture, our sense is that the VMT policy provides the same sort of a similar set of rules for development and restrictions on putting development in areas that are high VMT as the Evergreen East Hills development policy. And there's not really a need to sort of keep that policy going forward in the future under this new VMT transportation policy. And oh my God, oh wait, sorry. That is all of the recommendations. I am now done with the recommendations. I will turn it back to you, Chair, for any questions on what I presented on Evergreen.
Commissioner Lardenois.
So, Michael, thanks for giving this presentation, or thanks for this part of the presentation, because I've been waiting for this particular policy to come back. I don't know if you were on the meeting when we had that project at the Tropicana Shopping Center earlier. Was it last year? I don't remember what it was. It was a while back. And that area, King and Story, is part of this policy, but it's pretty far from, I think, what most people would consider Evergreen and from the issues you're talking about in Evergreen. And I recall there being a lot of frustration from the public that the fact that it was in the policy area precluded the possibility of a traffic study for that project. And so I'm curious, if this transition were to happen, what would there be any change for how the new policy would, I guess, govern those kind of border areas of the current policy?
Yeah,
I don't know
so-
if my question makes sense or not.
Well, yeah, so like, right, so King and Story is in the policy area, so, yeah, I mean, I think, so they have to go through an environmental analysis, which, you know, would identify, I think that area, for example, let's go to the map. Well, this is just office and residential, but it'll give you, I think the area is relatively, yeah, it's in the green VMT. So they wouldn't have a CEQA issue likely with building in there for VMT. That being said, we still, DOT, Department of Transportation and Public Works still does what's called a local transportation analysis, an LTA, that looks at sort of like what are some, you know, improvements that would need to be done in the immediate vicinity related to transportation. So that's a body of work that's done, would be done now, and would continue to be done. And that might identify things that, you know, crosswalks or other circulation changes or whatnot, you know, that may need to be done as a result of the project. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think David also wanted to jump in. David,
I'm
did
sorry, I
wanna
think I
add
lost
to
you
that?
after crosswalks.
Oh.
Yeah. So as part of the LTA, the local transportation analysis, they would look at what are the other kind of improvements that might need to be built or contributed to by the development as a result of increased traffic. So they would do it's just a local transportation analysis around more around the immediate site. And I think David had something to add. David?
Yeah. Good evening, David Keon, Principal Planner, Environmental Review. So I just wanted to address the question regarding why the Tropicana Shopping Center did not prepare a transportation analysis at that time. And that was because it was covered, the Evergreen East Hills Area Development Policy. One of the main purposes of it is also to provide CEQA clearance for projects that do go and proceed in that policy area. And that is based upon a level of service analysis that was prepared for that EIR back when that was prepared 15 years ago or plus. So because there had already been analysis done and a mitigation identified, projects that fell within that capacity were considered to be less than significant for the purposes of transportation impacts because they were already considered to be covered by the Evergreen East Hills Area Development Policy. So when there was the questions about why wasn't there a traffic study done, what they were really saying was no traffic study done for the purposes of CEQA because that had already been done for the policy. However, there was still local transportation analysis studies done, like or traffic operations that used to be called, studying things like turn movements, backup, etc. State law has changed. The state law with regard to CEQA transportation impacts has changed. Now, we cannot use anything related to congestion as a metric for determining impacts under CEQA. And so therefore that the city has adopted the new vehicle miles traveled policy in order to address CEQA impacts based on vehicle miles traveled. So if that project were to come in now, the Tropicana, it would have to be evaluated based on the current vehicle miles traveled policy, but then like Michael said, would also have to do its local transportation analysis with regards to some of the issues that were brought up and most pertinent to the community at that time, which included backups getting in and out of the shopping center, parking, delay at intersections.
Great. Thanks to both of you. That totally cleared it up for me.
You bet.
Do we have any other questions from my colleagues? All right. Well, seeing that I have one, it's not a policy question as well. Commissioner Orlando Suarez, I'll go ahead first.
My only question is, I know, if these general plan amendments go forward, and I just want to know how long would it take to update the zoning ordinance to match the general plan amendments?
Yeah, well, in most cases, either you don't need to do, for what you're seeing tonight, either you don't need to do a zoning code change, or I think in some cases we actually are doing changes, but for the NBDs to come back and do this, I mean, that might take us, good question. I don't have a, I have to think about that. It probably would take us 4 or 5 months to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, comments? All right, then I'll go ahead and ask mine. And mine is not a policy question as much as a practical curiosity question. Do we know of any plans for that Pleasant Hills golf course site? I mean, it seems to be this like massive piece of land right there across from Lake Cunningham, and it's, except for some cattle grazing here and there, it's just there. Any plans? I know it's not the city's jurisdiction to determine what to do with it, but just curiosity.
Well, actually, it is the city's jurisdiction. It is. I think it's in the county, but it's within our sphere of influence, and our general plan dictates how it can be redeveloped. So, yeah, so that's a site that was not. It's not, the Evergreen East Hills does not allow development there. The VMT policy would not allow residential development there that we have now. There's a lot of people that will come talk to the mayor or the council person, come talk to us about, hey, I got this idea to build homes here. But the reality is under the current VMT policy and general plan and the Evergreen policy, which may go away depending on what the council does, you can't build housing there.
So in an ideal world, what would you build there?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know. I think you could build employment uses there. I think that's a conversation probably for a later day.
Sure. Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting details, but just curiosity, since I drive by it every day when I'm driving in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, Michael, thank you for this really deep and thorough. Oh, David, did you want to say something? No. Okay. Thank you for that deep and thorough analysis. I know it was a lot of work, but we definitely appreciate it. Gives us the understanding, gives us the space to ask questions.
I do have a few more slides before we.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. So I just want to acknowledge that we did do community outreach, and I won't get in all of this. Our outreach I've really focused primarily on the neighborhood business districts proposal, also with the Evergreen proposal, and we did developer outreach related to changes to our urban village policies. And I'll leave it at that. And I just want to note that staff recommendation is all the stuff I went over, but also to consider the addendum to the Envision San Jose 2040 general plan, EIR, supplemental EIR, et cetera, and addenda therefore too. So I just want to acknowledge that, that's another part of your recommendations to consider our addendum to the Envision San Jose general plan. And then, recommend adopting a resolution for all the stuff we talked about tonight. And I think, that actually is it.
All right. Are you sure? Because I'm starting to think it's like a concert. One more song. There you go. One more song.
Okay, just joking.
All right. So that now leads us to the public comment portion of this process. Given the size of folks that are going to speak, given that we still have space for commissioner questions, although I think we've asked a lot, but I do want to be mindful of that option. I'm going to limit public comment to 1 minute, 2 minutes, obviously with a translator. So with that, Jennifer, the floor is yours. Again, public comment will be 1 minute, 2 minutes with the translator.
Okay, if we can start public comment in groups, we'll go ahead and start with anyone that needs Spanish interpretation. So if you don't need Spanish interpretation, please lower your hand at this time so we can start with those folks first. And then we'll also go ahead and move Rich to the main channel. Rich, you're going to be doing consecutive interpretation during this portion of public comment. Okay, and then just give me 1 second while we move the interpreter. Sorry, 1 second.
Take your time. It's meetings in the era of Zoom.
Okay, great. Now we have Rich in the main channel. So I'll go ahead and start with Grace Sonia Milano. Go ahead and unmute your device.
Sonia, su pregunta, por favor.
Hi there. Just needed to let the commissioners and staff know that I've been in communication with the Spanish speakers in this group, and there was a significant portion of the meeting that they were not able to hear translation, and that there was a lot of noise disruption. So this may impact comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the update earlier this evening.
Okay, I'll move over to Estela. Go ahead and unmute your device.
Sí, buenas noches. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí, sí, la escuchamos.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Estela Padilla. Soy dueña de un negocio ubicado en la calle Huilo. Estoy corriendo ahorita el negocio desde el 2008. Es lo que quiero hacerle mi pesar sobre la rezonificación de la calle Huilo.
¿Puede repetir eso? ¿Quiere hacer su qué?
Sí, quiero hacer mi inquietud, hacer saber mi inquietud sobre la rezonificación de la calle Willow.
Good evening. My name is Estela. I own a business on Willow Street, and I would like to let you know about my my worries about, or my
uneasiness,
my issues about Willow Street.
Ajá. Quiero dejarles saber sobre mi preocupación de las inversiones de la rezonificación de la calle Willow. Este negocio es mi fuente de ingresos para mí, para mi familia. Y ustedes como comisionados, si ustedes no adoptan la recomendación del plan department, los pequeños negocios de la calle Willow estaremos expuestos a un posible desplazamiento.
And what I wanted to let you know is that the zoning for the Willow Street businesses, I mean, that business is the income for me and my family, and depending on the plan that you have in place, it could actually cause us to be displaced.
Comisionados, les pido que tomen en consideración las necesidades de la comunidad más necesitada de la calle Willow y voten a favor de aprobar las recomendaciones del plan department de remover la calle Willow del plan general.
And I would like you to, the planning commission, to take into consideration that this is the lowest income area, and the planning commission needs to take into consideration the recommendation that was to remove Willow Street from that.
Okay, next speaker we have Roland.
Okay, próximo orador es Roland.
Hello?
Hola.
Can you hear Roland?
Hi, Roland. At this time, we're only taking Spanish comments. We'll go to English comments after this first round. I'll go ahead.
Let me take my hand down. Sorry.
Okay. Rich, if you want to inform the public if they want to raise their hand at this time for Spanish interpretation comments, they can do that.
Para los comentarios en español, si hay alguien que quiera hacer un comentario en español, si el orador me hace el favor de presionar el icono de la mano para poder levantar la mano.
Sí, María Mendoza.
Doña María, si se puede desenmudar al momento, por favor. If you'll unmute yourself, María.
Ok. ¿Ya está listo? ¿Sí me escuchan?
Listo. Sí.
Sí, ok. Pues buenas noches. Más que nada, mi nombre es María Mendoza. Soy dueña de un negocio en calle Huilo por más de 14 años y tengo 21 años viviendo en esta comunidad de calle Huilo.
And good evening. My name is Mario Mendoza. I've been a business owner here at Willow Street for 14 years, and I've been a resident of Willow Street for 21 years.
Y las intenciones de la ciudad que rezonificar en esta calle nos ha estado dejando con un temor que desaparezca esta comunidad por el posible aumento de rentas, lo cual indica que al haber desplazamientos se produzca una centrificación en esta área. En el mes pasado, un grupo de dueños de pequeñas empresas llevamos a cabo una encuesta en la comunidad de Calle Huilo. Y uno de los resultados más impactantes al ver que de 231 personas que llenaron la encuesta, el 70% expresó preocupaciones de posiblemente ser desplazados de sus trabajos o del vecindario.
Y, señora, disculpe, pero las 231 personas eran propietarios todos de ahí o
No, eran gente de la comunidad,
gracias.
dueños de negocios y no estoy segura si algunos también dueños de propiedad.
Okay, gracias. And basically what I want everybody to know is that your intentions for this street are causing us a lot of worry. And that worry is the fact that it could cause a lot of the businesses to be displaced or a lot of homes to be displaced because the rent might go up that high. And that you're basically causing gentrification. And a lot of the business owners several of the business owners got together last month, and they conducted a survey of 233 people that included some people from the neighborhood, some business owners, some property owners, and 70% of them were really concerned with being displaced from either their work or even their homes.
Okay, next speaker we have Yahaira.
La próxima orador va a ser Yahaira.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yahaira. Tengo 14 años viviendo por la calle Willow. Trabajo en un pequeño negocio. Tengo 3 años y medio trabajando ahí en ese negocio. Mi familia depende, soy la fuente primera de ingresos de mi familia. Y estoy muy preocupada y muy consternada por el hecho de que si se hace la rezonificación, va a haber mucho desplazamiento. No estamos en contra de la remodelación o de la rezonificación, sino el problema es que se están haciendo mucho desplazamiento de la gente que es de bajos ingresos. Y eso es lo que estoy muy consternada con eso, que vivo yo por 14 años ahí, la verdad, pues para mí es muy difícil andar buscando otra vivienda donde se tenga que incrementar por completo mis ingresos, que tenga yo que buscar otro trabajo para poder meterme a otro departamento donde tenga que pagar más renta, y igual el trabajo. Esto.
My name is Yahaira. Good evening. And I've been living here for 14 years in the Willow neighborhood. I've been working in a business here in Willow for 3.5 years now. And my family depends, on our income from there. And that's actually our only source of income, or our main source of income. And we are very concerned with the rezoning because rezoning this will actually cause a displacement for, low income people. And we're very, very concerned about this because it would cause me to go out and try to look for a different job or try to find another job to try and supplement my income to be able to afford to live here, or even have to go and find another place where I'm going to probably either pay more rent too. And that's all I have.
Okay, next speaker we have Miriam Raigosa.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, continúa, por favor.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Miriam Raigosa. Soy dueña de un pequeño negocio, para ser más específica, de una estética que está ubicada en la calle Willow Street por más de 6 años, pero estuve como empleada casi por 10 años también. Entonces mi preocupación es lo de la rezonificación, que si eso se llega a aprobar, va a ser algo muy impactante para mí y tanto para otras personas que trabajan ahí conmigo, que ambas somos, pues, económicamente las más fuertes de nuestros hogares, entonces sí recibiríamos un impacto muy fuerte si esto se llega a aprobar. No estamos en contra de la rezonificación, simple y sencillamente estamos en contra que siempre somos más impactadas las comunidades más vulnerables en este caso. Entonces, pues yo les pido de manera más atenta que las personas que van a votar sobre este caso pongan atención y se toquen el corazón para que no seamos tan afectadas las personas de bajos ingresos, porque si esto llega a suceder, no nada más yo voy a ser afectada, somos aproximadamente 40, un poco más de 40 empresas que estamos, o pequeños negocios, se podría decir más bien, que estamos ubicados sobre esa calle, que nos veríamos afectados y tendríamos que pues reubicarnos, y lo cual no estamos preparados ahorita, puesto que el COVID fue muy impactante y ahora sustentar que viene esto sería muy impactante para nosotros.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Raigosa. I own a small business. It's a small aesthetics business, and I've been there 6 years now. I have worked there for 10 years too. On top of that, and that they're on Willow Street. Now, my worry is the rezoning, because if you get approved for rezoning, that would impact me as well as it would impact many others that work with me. My other workers also. We happen to be the two strongest economically at home, the two strongest incomes coming into our homes. So it would definitely impact us in a huge way. Now, don't get us wrong, we're not against rezoning. We are simply wanting you to take into consideration the fact that the most impacted whenever there is any type of rezoning are the most vulnerable communities. And we just really want you to take into consideration, touch your heart whenever you are making these decisions, because I would be impacted in a very big way. And there's over 40 small businesses, that are also going to be affected to the point where they might even have to relocate. And nobody's in the position to do that, because first COVID took its toll on us, and now this.
Next speaker, we have Catherine Hedges.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I support the people of Cayenne Willow. It's important that we avoid gentrifying that area, and I support strong anti-displacement measures for that neighborhood and others with similar characteristics. And I also support trying to avoid having the kind of sprawl we do. The maps showing all of the red areas where people just inherently have to drive a long way if they live there definitely shows we need to concentrate new development in the green and yellow areas of the map. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Letty.
Yes, I'm going to speak in Spanish. Is that okay? Ok, sí. Buenas noches, comisionados. Mi nombre es Leticia Álvarez y soy organizadora en el Centro Comunitario Sagrado Corazón. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok, y he estado por estos últimos 5 meses con la comunidad, con este grupo de personas, aprendiendo sobre cómo este esta situación o estas decisiones que la ciudad quiere tomar en términos de hacer cambios de uso del territorio en Calle Willow puede realmente afectar a miles de familias. No es solamente una familia, sino miles. Hemos visto que son más de 40 negocios ahí y dentro de esos 40, algunos proveen ingreso para más de 2 familias. Entonces son muchas las familias que pueden estar afectadas. Agradecemos también al staff que se dio el tiempo de escucharnos durante estos meses en nuestro esfuerzo de adquirir la atención de la ciudad para que pudieran escuchar los testimonios de las personas. Solamente quería decir eso y estamos aquí con la comunidad. Gracias.
First, I'd like to say this in Spanish. My name is Leticia, and I am, Leticia Alvarez, and I represent Sacred Heart Community Center. I've been working with the community for the last 5 months with all of these worries that everybody's concerned about, the changes of use that might take place for Willow Street. And that change of use can actually affect thousands of families. We've actually figured out that these 40 businesses, each business isn't just for one family. Each business is a source of income for more than 2 families. Minimum of 2 families per business, if not more. That's per business. And I really want to take the time to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns, and have everybody in the community voice their concerns about this. But we really want you to know that you will be impacting thousands of families in doing so.
Next speaker, we have Rosalinda Aguilar.
Hello. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Rosalinda Aguilar.
Hi, Rosalinda. I'm going to have to pause and we're going to take Spanish comments at this time.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, again, everyone, just to repeat, please lower your hand if you do not need Spanish interpretation. Jennifer Myrie? Oh, okay. It looks like, Rich, if you want to repeat it one more time for folks to see if they need Spanish interpretation for public comment.
Absolutely, Jennifer. 1 second. Muy buenas noches. ¿Hay alguien más que gustaría hacer un comentario? Si gusta ser uno de los oradores, por favor, simplemente presione el icono de la mano. Al presionar el icono de la mano, eso le va a dar la oportunidad de hacer su comentario.
Okay, Chair, I'm not seeing any more raised hands, so we're going to go ahead and move Rich back into the interpretation channel. 1 second. Okay, Rich is all set, and we can go ahead and take English comments. I'm going to go ahead and start with Rosalinda Aguilar. Please go ahead and unmute your device.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening. Okay, good evening, commissioners again. My name is Rosalinda Aguilar, and I am a lifelong resident and current president of the Guadalupe, Washington Neighborhood Association. The proposed 2040 plans really touch on many concerns, but I'm just going to focus on a couple tonight. Since our community first heard that the 2040 plan would propose to bring in more housing and housing on top of our current business properties, merchants began to express fears of being displaced during the construction phases of these housing units, since they didn't believe that they could afford to close down during this phase. Also, none believed that they would be able to afford moving back into the newer and more expensive leases. In a nutshell, their livelihoods would be destroyed. And you've heard many of the merchants here tonight speaking in Spanish. The other part to this is that we already have a densely populated community. And as it is, our community sorely lacks proper traffic calming tools. I have taken advantage of every opportunity to speak with both Mayor Liccardo and Councilman Perales, who have visited when they have visited our community. And I've asked them from everything from speed bumps to speed monitor displays and safer pathways for our 3 schools.
Hi, Rosalinda, your time is up. Next, we have Ray Bramson. Again, everyone is 1 minute per person.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home, and General Plan Task Force member. I want to thank both the Commissioners and staff for hearing these critical items over the course of the evening. I'm going to speak about one very specific item, which is commercial requirements for 100% affordable housing. I think one takeaway you can have is if you want to positively impact the trajectory of more affordable housing production in San Jose, following the task force recommendation is the most critical thing you can do at this point. Integrating commercial space reduces the number of apartments that can be built on site. Building out the commercial space that is required adds millions of dollars to development costs, and these are unfunded by any other source. San Jose as a whole is unfortunately woefully behind in its goal of developing 10,000 new affordable housing units. By following the General Plan Task Force recommendations, you have an opportunity here to create thousands of more units and address some of the equity issues that have been discussed here this evening. Thank you very much for your consideration and have a good night.
Next, we have Michael Powell. Michael, please go ahead and unmute your device. Michael? Okay, we'll move on to Paul Soto. Paul, go ahead and unmute your device.
Yes, Paul Soto from that area. I mean, I grew up in that area for 40 years. My grandmother, all my tias, everybody went to Washington School. And so the moral and ethical issues with regard to the decisions that you're making now, the decisions that you're making now, you know, have moral and ethical implications. How come an affluent person can fear a homeless person on the street, but Mexicans can't experience the existential crisis? How come we can't fear you? How come we can't perceive you as dangerous? How come because you are threatening our very lives? Do you hear what the people are saying on this call? They are saying that they are afraid. Why? Because not only their livelihoods and their lives, but their livelihood and lives are connected to the culture and to the neighborhoods. So to do this to people and not have those topics discussed within the context of your presentation.
Sorry about that, Paul. Your time is up. Next, we have Nina Rosenblatt.
Hello.
Hi, Nina, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nina, and I am an active member of Pasos at Sacred Heart Community Service in San Jose. I have lived in this area all my life and have built relationships with so many families who depend on income from the many businesses on Calle Willow. Given the traumatic and disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 on the community, I am horrified of the threat of even more displacement, as if thousands of families have not already been displaced from the area in the past years, many of whom have been forced to sleep in their cars or double up with other families to be able to stay in the area. The mental health impacts of so many residents due to increases of rent, evictions, harassment have been horrible to the point of inability to sleep or eat meals due to the trauma that has been caused. I know that this plan would only cause mass displacement. Please hold people, especially those most vulnerable, over profit and show in your actions, not just your words, that the contributions of these immigrant families are irreplaceable.
Next, we have Roland.
Thank you. So a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, there hasn't been any closed captioning available all evening. This gigantic Michael Brillo presentation is not to be found anyway. So comments on this evening, swapping jobs for affordable housing when you cannot possibly do anything else. I would recommend the 34 acres around the center trees of VTA Light Rail that VTA cannot do anything with. This used to be housing until it was swapped with iStar that was supposed to be job. Comments on transit villages. I think revisiting the Castle Road Transit Village on how not to do this is a good way. Say, for instance, it is zoned for, I believe, over 100 feet, actually 130, and they're building stick all the way up to 50 feet. And I can leave it there.
Sorry, Roland, your time is up. Next, we have Derek.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Derek. My pronouns are he, they, and I am an organizer with Sacred Heart, calling in support of community members who oppose Calle Willow being included in your plans for development. I moved to San Jose back in 2014 when there was a lot of displacement happening. The church I attended at the time was embedded in this community, and we saw many folks become displaced, even becoming homeless for months, and having some move as far away as Salinas or Modesto, all due to landlords redeveloping or selling their homes and apartments being built with high rent. This neighborhood has a special place in my heart. Getting pan from the Panaderia Sonorense, sopes from La Mejor Dos, or burritos de cabezas from Tres Hermanos. We need plans that uplift this community rather than washing it clean of its culture. So no more corporate solutions. Call it creative placekeeping. More.
Sorry, Derek, your time is up. Next, we have Jennifer Miri. Jennifer, go ahead and mute your device.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, thank you. My name is Jen Meyer. I'm a local voter and I am a community organizer for Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. Tonight, I am speaking in solidarity with the small business owners and community members along Calle Willow. At Showing Up for Racial Justice, we see displacement and erasure of culture as racial justice issues, and we support the recommendations to remove Calle Willow from Plan 2040. Thank you.
Next, we have Soroko Montaño. Go ahead and mute your device.
Hi, this is Socorro Montaño. I'm an organizer with Sacred Heart Community Service with the Pasos Committee, many of which have ties to Calle Willow. Myself, I was born and raised in San Jose, not far from Calle Willow, have grown up visiting these shops, also getting fun from El Sonorense. And also have been incredibly impacted by all of our members who live in the area and already unstable. So I just want to urge the commission to accept the current proposal, which does not include rezonification for Calle Willow.
Next, we have Estefania Bautista. Estefania?
Yes, hello, my name is Estefania. I'm representing the Sacred Heart Housing Action Committee. So there are over 40 businesses in Calle Willow and 94 are Latino owners. Many of these businesses provide income for more than one family. And what will happen to those families if Calle Willow gets rezoned? There was recently a survey, there were recent survey efforts led by organizers and volunteers from Sacred Heart with technical support from Main Street America. The community survey results clearly indicate how unpopular the proposed zoning change is. People in this community are extremely, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay,
you.
perfect. Sorry. So people in the community are extremely concerned about this rezoning, and I urge you all to listen to them. Please do not displace them.
Okay, and our last speaker is Michael Powell. Michael, go ahead and unmute your device. Hi, Michael, did you still want to comment? Michael, we can't hear you if you're speaking. Okay, I'm going to move.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah. Next speaker we have is Grace Sonia. Oops. Oh, it looks like she lowered her hand. So I think this concludes all of our speakers.
All right. So as far as public comment, going once, going twice. With that, I will close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Thank you for that. All right, we can now open this up to commissioner questions and comments. I know we've been asking questions throughout, but this is our kind of our final opportunity to hone in on some items. So with that, I see Cantrell, Torrens, and Young in that order. Commissioner Cantrell.
Okay, thanks. First, I want to thank the city staff for the presentation. It was detailed and it actually really helped clarify some things for me here. I want to say bravo for pulling Kaya Willow from this discussion. But I think the comments from that community really further underscore my concerns, not just for that community, but for all of our communities. We have a real big problem with understanding equity and what equity means to the entire community. I think we spend a lot of time giving entitlements to developers to get them to do the things that we want them to do. But one of those things that we want them to do is to consider existing community when they change things, when they develop things, where when they gentrify a community, they wipe away the culture. And I don't think we can continue to just allow this to happen. I think this position we're in, where we say we're working on it, we're gonna make some changes, has to stop. It has to stop now. We have to make those changes. City staff has to come back with plans that council can enact to change this dynamic of inequity for communities that have been there for generations. This has to stop. I move that we actually decline this offer to move forward until we can come back with a clear definition of equity and ensure opportunity, at least, for equity for all.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for your words, Commissioner Cantrell. I definitely hear you loud and clear. Commissioner Torrens.
I'm on mute. Okay, good evening. So I just want to clarify something with Michael. The way I understood it is that Kelly Willow was taken off. So it is not going to be rezoned. It's not going to have a housing overlay because it was decided that it was too important to preserve that business district. And so that it, so all those things that Commissioner Cantrell was mentioning would not impact that community. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. Our recommendation is not to include Kaya Willow in the policy proposal for neighborhood business districts to allow housing. And on top of that, we're not just recommending leaving the status quo, we're actually recommending getting rid of the existing opportunity there is for housing now and changing the general plan designation in neighborhood community commercial to sort of discourage and prevent housing from coming in. Because if you remember, the general plan currently allows housing. It's not very accommodating, but it allows it now. We think if we really want to stop the threat of gentrification and displacement, well, we can't, if we want to stop the threat of displacement from residential development displacing mom and pop businesses, then we should change the general plan to a commercial only district. So we went farther, and that's an action that we're asking council to direct us to do.
Okay, so that being the case, I just having listened to all of this tonight and the extensive work that's been done, by staff. And I believe that so many of these updates and changes are making growth smarter and more efficient in the city. And I think that the teaching that's happened tonight has been in such detail and with such care, and the diligence has been performed, that I'm very comfortable.
If I could just cut you off for a quick second, Commissioner Torrance, I suspect there's a motion coming. Am I correct in believing that?
Yes.
I will come back to you to make that motion. I do just want to be
Okay.
courteous to the rest of our colleagues to give them the space to ask questions, but I will come to you for that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Young.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to thank all the residents of the Cayuelo area and the business owners that are here. Really value your comments, and also a shout out to Sacred Heart. That's an organization I volunteer with. I really appreciate all of the staff that are here. Michael, I have a question regarding Ray Bramson's comments for requiring commercial to be included with affordable housing, and that could have a negative impact on how much affordable housing can be built. But I have a feeling there's an argument on the other side. So I wonder if you could just kind of talk about that a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Remember, the urban villages are about building kind of mixed use communities. And so we're trying to do an and or not an or. It's not commercial or knock it down and build all affordable housing. Our goal is to build affordable housing and include some amount of commercial. And so that's our perspective. And what Ray is saying is that, I mean, from affordable housing developer perspective, I'm just gonna, he's right. They don't want to build. They're not in the business of providing commercial. That's kind of a burden on them that they'd rather not do. When they get a project finance, the subsidized financing that they get, the tax credits, is not for commercial, it's for housing. So, and you could argue, well, if you didn't have to put in ground floor commercial space on the street, well, you could convert those to units. So, that could be, I mean, that's a valid argument too. I think it's not impossible to do, but it's very clearly that it makes affordable housing, I think, easier if you don't have to. We've heard that. And I think where we're coming from is we're trying to do an and. We're trying to accommodate both. It's not a lot of, we don't feel like it's generally in most cases it wouldn't be a lot of commercial, but some amount. So it's just a difference of perspective. I think, yeah.
Thank you for that. And I think what I'm realizing on this commission is land use decisions are hard because they affect different people different ways. And I think the balance that the staff is aiming for is good. I think all of us on this commission support affordable housing, but we're also sensitive to the residents in the neighborhoods that really like to have commercial storefront businesses and different kinds of activities in their neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. And right now in the queue, Commissioner Cantrell, your hand is back up. Is that accurate? It's not up?
It is. I
Oh,
just
okay,
have
perfect.
clarification.
No.
Go forward.
I was going to say it's Lardenois Cantrell. Unless I see any other hands, it'll be myself, and then I will go to Torrance for her motion. Actually, so it'll be Lardenois Cantrell Montañez. Then.
Yeah, just a matter of procedure. I was just going to ask, when we do get to a motion, it'd be nice to have a recap of all the recommendations because there were quite a few involved with this. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Cantrell.
Okay, I just want to clarify that my statement was to make clear that while Calle Willow was not included in this motion or in this decision to rezone them, others were, and others always are. And that's a consistent problem because there's no room or no process or no way to create equity for anyone, any other community at all, except to stop development and leave them out. As Michael said earlier, the best way to secure their futures is just not to move forward. So that's what I was trying to say here, just to clarify. Thank you.
No, thank you, Commissioner Montañez.
So, Michael, I want to ask a question with respect to going back to the comments that were made by Ray Branson from Destination Homes. So there's a lot of funding also that's coming down the pipeline, the home key funding, home key projects, right? And there's a lot of purchasing right now that's taking place of or proposals for certain types of properties. You know, some of those being, you know, hotels, former motels or hotels to be converted into some type of housing, whether it's transitional housing or further down the line, you know, affordable housing. And any of those projects, will they have to meet these requirements when it comes to these commercial requirements for those types of projects as well? Because I can understand, I mean, there's already a project, I think it's either on 2nd or 3rd Street in San Jose, where there was supposed to be some type of elements. I think, you know, they wanted to have commercial, they wanted to have a healthcare provider in, you know, in that building. And I don't think it's happened yet. I think that there is some vacancies still there, and these are affordable housing units. And, you know, I think when you talk about, you know, when they have to make their numbers work and when they have to get the financing put together, and if there's those requirements, then that will could potentially hinder projects for those individuals who are, you know, most needing to be housed, especially when it comes to that affordable supportive housing, transitional housing. Do those projects all fall within these recommendations that are being made tonight?
Yeah, so the project home key projects, I'm not an expert on that, and I wish there was someone from housing here, but my understanding, maybe Ray Branson can answer that, but my understanding, that's a whole separate process the state has set up for it, and it's under sort of a special category. So I think I don't believe it has a different set of rules, is my understanding, but I can't speak more than that because I'm not that close to that. So I apologize. But if it was just not a project home key, but just a homeless supportive housing project or another affordable housing project, and they were coming in to say, you know, an NBD or in the urban village or whatnot, right? And so what we're seeing happen is, first of all, they're usually becoming SB 35 projects or AB 2162 projects, which generally means they don't have to go to public hearing. It's ministerial. They do community meetings, but they don't have to, and that they're using density bonus. And so that's why I wanted to make clear to the commission is that while this policy would apply to them under the current rules that the state has established, they are getting concessions, so they're driving their commercial way down to the point where it's pretty small. So yes, it would apply to them. But again, there are these processes now that developers are driving it down.
But so it would apply to them, and it's going to be on a case-by-case basis on whether they have to or don't have to meet these conditions. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, so a policy proposal, like with the urban villages, they'd have to replace 50% of the existing commercial. So that's pretty clear. So they find a site. The developer would, you know, I'm just making this up. There's a 10,000 square foot building on the site, and they're going to knock it down and do affordable housing. What the policy would say is you can do that, but you would need to, if there was 10,000 square feet there, this is the proposed from staff, they would have to replace half of that. So they have to provide 5,000 square feet. So that's what the policy says. That it's proposed. That's what we're proposing. What we're finding pragmatically, though, is that developers are using the density bonus where they can ask for concessions from development standards, and they're generally what they're doing is they're concessioning the amount of commercial they have to provide downward. So I just want to provide some clarity on that even though we have a proposed policy, you know, it can be nibbled away at through state law.
And are we going to help these? Because a lot of these, like Destination Homes is a nonprofit organization, and they don't have, you know, they're not private developers, you know, looking at performers to try to make, you know, money to be able to make a profit. They're literally nonprofit organizations that are trying to house individuals who are either homeless or are, you know, individuals who are on the verge of becoming homeless. We all know this. We all know the story, right? We've heard it from people who were commenting earlier about the situations that they could potentially find themselves in if we're making these policy changes or recommendations, right? And so to me, I'd like to know, are we committing then as a planning department to be able to be the entity that walks these nonprofit organizations through this process so that they don't find themselves having to be having to manage commercial tenants instead of just managing people to be in housing? Or are we saying, well, we're just going to kind of go through this process and we'll, you know, we'll see where it lands. You know, we'll deal with the situation when we get to that situation. I just want some clarity, because these are real issues, and there are proposals that even the city of San Jose has in the pipeline with respect to home key dollars. The county has, you know, projects in the pipeline for home key dollars. And, you know, I'd like clarity, because I wouldn't like to see those projects held up based on a decision that we're in the process of making or recommending to the council.
Yeah, again, I can't speak to home key. I'm not working in that realm. My understanding is home key has rules set up by the state for a ministerial process. It's a different set of rules, but I can't confirm exactly what those are, but they're kind of in their own, I know that they're in their own category. Regarding other types of affordable housing development that aren't Project Room Key, I mean, we do have staff, at least for the entitlement part of the process, that work really closely with developers. Actually, Ray Branson and Destination Home is funding, that's the main staff person that's doing that in my team. And then I know that OED, Office of Economic Development, has been involved in trying to sort out this issue of finding tenants and getting space finished. So they are working on that. I believe, and again, my knowledge of this is a little bit far removed. I know there's been efforts to try to figure out how to make the space usable at Quetzal Gardens on King and Alum Rock, or King and Alum Rock. That I think it's Somos Mayfair wanted to move in there, and they're trying to figure out how to make that space usable, because, you know, you do have to finish out the space. So there's been work there being done. So I think it's something that I know that the OED and we're involved to some extent trying to figure this out, because we recognize it's a challenge. I know there are affordable housing developers that do have tenants. I mean, there's the development in Alum Rock that has tenants, but, you know, to be fair, yeah, it can be challenging to find tenants.
Does that conclude your questions, Commissioner Montañez?
Yeah, it concludes my questions. It doesn't give me a lot of faith, because I think that there's a lot of open questions, especially once again to the most vulnerable. And I think that goes back to what Commissioner Control was talking about, is that, you know, the planning process, we can do a lot with the planning process, but we can do a lot to hurt individuals. And right now there's no clarity on this one issue for the most vulnerable community, which is, you know, which are these projects that are coming down the pipeline. And we're going to make a decision without having had the conversation without putting together a workflow and a process and procedures on how we're going to be dealing with these situations when they come forward. And they will be coming forward, because there will be money that is coming down the pipeline. And so we're not using these documents, and we're not using these policies and what we're about to do tonight to protect people who are vulnerable. I feel like we're leaving them exposed, right? And because that population didn't come here in numbers, we didn't have a conversation. It doesn't seem to me like there was a conversation with that community to talk about what this means to them, and we didn't drill it down that far. It leaves me with a lot of questions still unanswered. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
No, thank you, Commissioner Montañez. Seeing no other questions or comments from my colleagues, it'll be myself, and then I will go back to Commissioner Torrance for her motion. I actually want to say I echo Commissioner Cantrell's words tonight. I thought they were very powerful. Candidly, I couldn't have said it much more eloquent than he did tonight. I think as a city, we do have to really have an inward conversation, because the fundamental question I have is, we did take the staff took Calle Willow off the table tonight. But the question I have, and it's more of a rhetorical question, is what made us think it was a good idea to put it on the list in the first place? And there are a lot of those questions that often happen. And I understand, I've been a staffer. I don't want to, put it out, put the perception out there that folks are doing things in a sinister way. I've been a staffer. You get excited, you have ideas, you work with staff, and sometimes you get so caught up in that vacuum of the inner workings of City Hall that we forget that the decisions that we make, the ideas that we put forward, have major impacts to communities. But as is always the case, some communities will feel it more than others. And for as much as we thought that Calle Willow, the city initially thought that Calle Willow should have been on the list and then pulled back, we know that there are certain parts of this city that the idea of the proposal even happening would never happen. So that's more of a long-term, I think, conversation that I do believe strongly the council, the mayor, need to not only talk about, but in fairness to staff, equally put the financial resources behind it in order to give them the space by which to have much more robust conversations. And they're doing a lot with less. I recognize that too. But having said that, it is important that we keep in mind at the staff level that these decisions have major impacts. Equally, this is precisely why I'm proud of being a part of this body and proud of the fact that we're all at 11 right now. I've been following city politics and been a part of it for years. I'm not the only one on this body that has been in such case. And I will say that the conversations have never been as robust as they are now. We can say that every single part of the city has a representative doing the vetting. Commissioner Montañez, I love that although you perhaps didn't get the answers you wanted all tonight, you're putting it out there and you're making it very clear on the record that there are answers that you want, and there are answers that you want that will be put on the record. So I just wanted to really echo everything most of you are saying tonight. And I value your opinion. I value your feedback. And in my mind, this is also why we're now at 11. We also act as a bit of a moral backstop to ask these questions, to have these difficult conversations. And this is why it is an honor and a privilege for me to serve with you. With that, because again, I couldn't have said it better than Commissioner Cantrell tonight, I will now give it back to Commissioner Torrance, who has been patiently waiting to make her motion. And I will now get out of your way and you can make your motion, Commissioner Torrance.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I'll make my motion with a caveat. I wanted to ask either Vera or Michael, since the one thing that we were a little unsure about is the recommendation of the task force versus the city on the commercial space in affordable housing projects. Would it be possible to approve staff recommendation with an addendum that we go with task force recommendation on that one item?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, okay, I'll try to state this as best I can. I would like to make a motion that we accept staff recommendation on this lengthy general plan, whatever it is, and that we that we go with the task force recommendation regarding commercial space in affordable housing.
Is that a second from Commissioner Cantrell?
No,
Or a
actually,
question?
I have a counter.
That's a second from Commissioner Caballero.
Okay, Vera, you're gonna have to sort this one out for
I
me.
have a counter.
So
Are
right
you
now what
asking-
we
Are you
have is,
asking for are you asking for an amendment? Commissioner Cantrell, are you asking for an amendment to Commissioner Torrens's motion? Or are you asking for a substitute motion? Is it entirely different?
Actually, I guess it's entirely different because it's hard when we start cherry picking pieces, bits and pieces, because we really would need to go through this entire piece and cherry pick what should go and what should not, rather than turn it back for further thought, evaluation, and clarity. So I'm not sure how to proceed here.
Okay, well, the way I have the Commissioner Torrens's motion was that it was a motion to, and I'm sorry, I'm rewording it a little bit, Commissioner Torrens. It was a motion to approve the staff recommendation with the exception of recommending the task force recommendation on eliminating the commercial requirement from mixed-use residential development, or mixed-use residential areas.
It's the policy 512, Vera.
Yeah, so in policy 5-12, IP 5-12. And the second on that was who?
Commissioner Caballero.
Okay. And so if you have something that's entirely different, Commissioner Cantrell, that would be a substitute motion.
I guess not. I guess I'll rely on the commission to do its work as best it can here. So I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor from Torrens, a second from Caballero. With that, I will go ahead and call for the vote.
I ask that we go through what this constitutes again as a reminder before we vote?
I'm sorry, can you restate that? You broke up a little bit on my end.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Lardenwall here. I was wanted to ask that we go through the recommendations briefly, quickly, before we vote, just to refresh on everything, because this is quite a large motion.
All right, I will defer to Vera on the rephrasing of the motion.
Actually, my computer is locked, and I was hoping that Michael could go through each of the recommended actions and then just modify the one for IP 5-12.
Perfect.
If he could. Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't move the cursor.
Michael's excited about the opportunity to do a second act, so this is perfect for him, right?
Hear me?
We can hear you now.
This is my encore, right?
Absolutely.
This is like a Grateful Dead concert.
Yeah, get our money's worth tonight. front row.
All right, where are we? Hang on, just bear with me a second. Okay, so the first recommendation: eliminate Evergreen Village, eliminate Capitol and Foxdale Village, create a new Capitol Station area that allows housing on the Capitol Caltrain Station on Monterey Highway. Create the new Story Road Urban Village, giving it some jobs and housing growth. Eliminate the pool policy, the residential pool policy in the general plan. Eliminate horizons from the general plan. Hang on, let me just make sure. Okay, got it. This one is about eliminating these other. This is a policy about directing us how to plan for jobs and housing growth, and it recommends eliminating these three other sort of policies or criteria to provide more flexibility for village planning about planning for housing and jobs. There's signature. So the signature project policy is a bit complicated, but the recommendation is, so there's a recommendation related to what is the visible prominent location. That's our recommendation, which is just slightly different from the task forces. That was the task forces. We had a definition about the commercial requirement, which is different from the task forces. They didn't want to have any additional above the fair share requirement. We're recommending some nuanced approach on providing more commercial. There's the recommendation on the minimum density, depending on what kind of urban village you are, where the task force recommendation was slightly different. That's our recommendation. Task force knocked down the minimum density in neighborhood villages a little bit. The task force and the staff had the same recommendation on signature projects providing open space. The task force wanted to eliminate the concurrency requirement for the development of commercial and residential for signature projects. Staff does not recommend that. One of the scoping items was to look at changing the IP 512. The affordable housing can jump ahead in an urban village policy to allow potentially mix in market rate housing development to make it a mixed use project. We are not recommending that, even though we were the ones that suggested that initially. And then there's 512, which we just talked about, which is the main difference between the staff and the task force recommendation is that the task force wanted to eliminate any requirements for commercial, any requirements that affordable housing provide a commercial developed space as part of this policy, so that affordable housing developments could jump forward in urban villages before a plan's approved and not have to provide any commercial space, even if there was commercial space on the site that they're demolishing. Then there's a series of capacity shifts. Downtown is not relevant. That was already done. These were the shifts that we're recommending, which includes, by the way, 600 units going to the 3 NBDs that we are recommending for allowing housing: North 13th Street, Willow Glen, and Japantown, the Taylor Street only portion. There's also, other housing for Story Road, et cetera, to reflect the other policy recommendations. We're recommending a pool be developed as opposed to having all of the units allocated to each village within the general plan in the city, that we have a pool that allows more flexibility for entitlements. The capacity would still be used, of course, for CEQA purposes. The assigned capacity for villages. So I think I went through the business districts a lot. We're recommending those 3. Kayawilla would not be included at all. Let me get to that in a second. So we're recommending that on Taylor Street, 13th Street, and Lincoln Avenue, that you be allowed to introduce residential development. There's a number of sort of specifics around that. I don't know if I want to go through this now. I can if you want, about replacement of commercial, when you have to do it, when you don't have to do it, about heights and densities depending on where you, which village, which NBD, and where you are within that NBD, or what the circumstances are. We're not recommending applying these allowances in NBDs for housing to Kayawilla. However, Kayawilla currently allows residential uses in a more restricted form. And we're recommending that to further protect Kayawilla from displacement of its businesses through new housing development, that we change the general plan land use designation to a neighborhood community commercial designation to further preclude residential development and discourage to prevent displacement. Then there's the tiers. Essentially, we're recommending moving the tier 2 actions up so staff can move forward with those actions, and making some modifications to our general plans mode split and VMT goals to align with climate smart, and adding some other things to do to achieve our VMT GHG reduction goals. Finally, we're recommending retiring or moving past the Evergreen East Hills development policy, and just allowing the VMT policy to sort of dictate to provide the function that the East Hills policy did before. We are also here's the recommendation. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tired. We are also agreeing and recommending that the visioning, strategy, guiding principles, and design guidelines be memorialized to reflect the community's vision and broader goals for Evergreen East Hills. We also are recommending that we continue to deliver on the transportation improvements that were identified as part of the Evergreen East Hills process. And that's it.
All right. Thank you for that. No, thank you for that. I see that Commissioner Young, Commissioner Caballero have their hands up. Commissioner Young.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to make a substitute motion here in a minute, but I want to explain why. With full respect to Commissioner Montañez, I think that adopting the task force recommendation is problematic for a couple of reasons. One is there is a ministerial process for most affordable housing projects. I think Michael talked about a density bonus, which they receive, which reduces the amount of commercial. But the most important thing is, and actually Michael just mentioned it, which is if we adopted the task force recommendation, an affordable housing developer could replace existing commercial businesses with 100% affordable housing, which is exactly what we were trying to avoid at Cayo Willow. And I think there's other areas of the city that might be impacted by this. So my substitute motion is that we accept the staff recommendations without changes.
Do we have a second on the substitute motion by Commissioner Young?
Second.
With that, we've got a substitute motion made by Commissioner Young with a second by Commissioner Oliverio. I also saw really quickly before we call for the vote, Commissioner Caballero had her hand up. Is your hand still up, Commissioner?
Yes, I wanted to speak to the original motion, but I can propose a friendly amendment related to the task force recommendations, but I can hold off if we want to deal with the substitute motion first, if that's, I think we do that before we get
to this. Yeah, no, for sure. It's late on this Friday morning or Saturday. I don't know what day it is, but so with that, I will go ahead and call for the vote on the substitute motion made by Commissioner Young, seconded by Commissioner Oliverio. Bonilla, yes. Casey?
Yes.
Caballero?
No.
Cantrell?
No.
Garcia? Oh, Garcia's absent. Lardenois?
No.
Montañez?
No.
Oliverio?
Yes.
Ornelas Wise?
Yes.
Torrance?
No.
Young?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Oh.
Oh, it's a tie. Is it a tie?
Good luck.
Rochambeau.
That means that in a tie vote, the motion fails.
Okay.
You need an affirmative vote for any motion to be approved. So that would mean a minimum of 6.
See, I had to double check my mathematics here. That's why. All right. So then now we go to the original motion. It looks like Commissioner Caballero had a friendly amendment. So we will now entertain the friendly amendment.
My friendly amendment is to actually accept the task force recommendations for all of the items where the city and the task force did not agree, for the primary reason that the task force met over several months, and I was a member of the task force, and discussed these issues in depth, heard a lot of public comment, and came up with these recommendations after spending, every single item that Michael went over was an individual meeting, where that lasted several hours, where public comment was taken, and the task force itself included probably close to 40 people, if I'm not mistaken.
And so I don't think that they came to these recommendations lightly. And so that would be my friendly amendment. So Commissioner Torrens, you can take it or leave it.
Oh, goodness. Oh. That opens a new can of worms.
It's only on those three areas that were highlighted in green.
Right. There were just three where they.
I think was it 3 or 4, Michael?
You're on mute, Michael.
Yeah, let me
We might need to review them again, since if there's only 3, that wouldn't take too long.
hang on one second. Oh, okay. Oops, just one second.
We're really testing not only your technical skills, but your.
No, it's like I can't. Okay, someone else. I think Jennifer, you might be sharing a screen, so you have to unshare, and then I can share. Okay, maybe I can try it. Oops, now where did it go? Oh no, it's gone. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Just, can you see that okay?
Was there a graph in the staff report? I thought there was a graph in the staff report also.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Oh, too fast, too fast. You
So I'm,
passed them.
yeah, no, I'm just starting at the beginning. I'm working my way through here.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Caballero, from my memory, the amendment was what again? I'm sorry.
The friendly amendment would be to accept the staff recommendations, except for those few areas where the task force and the staff differed, and then in those areas to accept the task force recommendation.
Okay.
So it was those 3 or 4 slides that had green, the blue, then green, then blue, then green, that showed the staff versus the task force. So,
hang on.
Yeah. So yeah, those ones. So it's the residential, mostly it's on the signature policy, right?
Yeah, it was the signature. It's right. The signature. I mean, the main ones. There was some, I think, other. Yeah, it's the signature.
It's the ones. Yeah. So that's my friendly amendment.
It's this one. Is it right? We were saying they should provide above average, but the task force was average.
And then the one that was right before this, which was, this one that's
So
neighborhood village density.
Okay, so I can accept your friendly amendments. Hopefully our colleagues will as well.
I was actually just going to share with you, Commissioner Torrens. I recommend you accept it because I think it's reasonable, and that would be I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay.
You beat me to the punch, yeah. And I do want to recognize, Commissioner Caballero, it's easy for us to forget, but your hours and hours of participation on that task force. And as Commissioner Oliverio knows full well, and I remember from my days as a staffer, I'm quite confident that if the council has any disagreements, they are going to make their adjustments.
I just want to note that, so the main difference between the task force and staff were on the signature project and the commercial requirement of that policy 512, which you talked about. There are these other these are just a couple other additions that were there related to NBDs.
So with that, we've got a motion on the floor.
I just want to clarify, is the motion include these also or not?
No, I'm sorry. The motion, it really is just specifically related to
The signature project and the commercial requirement one that we talked about.
So we're not including these.
Wait, no. It does include these because this includes the small business anti-displacement.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Okay. That was my understanding as well.
Yeah. This is,
The friendly amendment. The friendly amendment was to accept all of the task force recommendations.
All of the
was to
task-
recommend
where they
was to
differ-
recommend.
Yeah, where
From
they
the
differ
staff
from the
recommendation.
staff recommendation.
And
Correct.
Commissioner Young, would the anti-displacement recommendations in any way bring some level of comfort to you with this particular motion? I do want to take your point of view into account as well.
Was that?
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, I'm a little confused on exactly what we're voting on now, because there was a number of areas where the task force differed, not just, and if the motion is all, I mean, Vera can talk about this, but I think it's all, right? So I'm concerned with that broad brush kind of approach.
That's fair. Thank you. All right. So can whether Michael or Vera restate the motion here? I feel like we're putting together Legos with my kids. You know, just.
The motion was by the friendly amendment, which was accepted by Commissioner Torres, and I'm assuming also the seconder, Commissioner Caballero, accepts it as well. Is that if she could confirm that, but it was basically a friendly amendment to accept all of the task force recommendations where they differ from the staff recommendations. And where they don't differ, the staff recommendations are what's going to be recommended to council.
Yes, and since I made the friendly amendment, I also accept my own amendment.
I would.
Can we go back to that last slide just one last time? Just
please, of course. I would absolutely.
Does that mean which slide?
Yeah, it was that last slide where these were their additional.
The displacement, the one that showed the displacement
hang on a
policy. And it had like 2 or 3 other bullets.
Yeah. Hang on. Oh, okay. This is for, oh, wait. Okay, this one's frozen. And my computer's having a meltdown.
Yeah, mine is too.
Yeah.
I am looking for in the staff report, and I keep locking up. I believe that there was a graph that had a summary of what the staff recommendations were and where they differed from the task force. And if I could get there, I could perhaps tell you what page it's on.
Here it is. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just ask? I hate to do this. I know it's a long night.
Oh, please do. Go ahead.
What's the clarification on business, the Alum Rock Business Pilot Program? What were those strategies?
Well, I think so. I can't speak to those. I think they're strategies that are currently being developed. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they are. The strategies they're developing now.
Okay, so these are the things we're trying to do.
Yeah. So it's something that's the body of work is being worked on now, and the idea is what comes out of that work should apply to development.
I got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks. I got it.
Okay, so with that, it sounds like we've gotten all questions answered. I will go ahead and who will Michael or Vera, who's going to reread this motion here so we can just go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, the motion is, and obviously I'm not going to go through all the detail that Michael did. The motion is to recommend the staff recommendation to council with the exception of recommending the task force recommendations where they differ from the staff recommendation.
Okay.
And I may be saying it backwards, but it means the same thing.
Got it. With motion made by Torrance, seconded by Caballero with a friendly amendment from Caballero, accepted by Torrance. All right, I will call for the vote. Bonilla, yes. Casey?
Yes.
Caballero?
Yes.
Cantrell?
Just thank you to my colleagues. You restored my faith in everyone. Yes.
Thank you. Garcia absent. Lardenois?
Yes.
Montañez?
Yes.
Oliverio?
No.
Ornelas Weiss?
Yes.
Torrance?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great job, Michael.
With Garcia being absent and Oliverio a no. And yes, Michael, thank you so much for your deep dive tonight.
Sure.
This was definitely a lot of work. Vera, thank you for being nimble on the legal front. And to my colleagues, thank you for your questions and your thoughtfulness tonight. All right. So with that, we will now move on to item 9 and continue general plan hearing 2021 cycle 2 to December 1st, 2021. Vera, do I need to do that as a vote?
Yes, please do.
That's what I thought. Okay, do I have a motion to accept? Moving the, continuing the, thank you. That's Lord Noir.
Yeah.
Second.
Second, Caballero. All right, let's take a roll call vote. Bonilla, yes. Casey?
Yes.
Caballero?
Yes.
Cantrell?
Yes.
Garcia absent. Lord Noir?
Yes.
Montañez?
Yes.
Oliverio? Oliverio? Okay. Ornelas Wise?
Yes.
Torrance?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
The motion passes. This was a complicated one. Thank you for your thought leadership on this one, team. These are the ones that you want to get done in the beginning, I guess. But all right, item 10, referrals from city council, boards, commissions, and other agencies. Do we have anything?
None.
Awesome. Robert, you don't want to participate in the planning performance tonight, with Michael here, All right, good and welfare. Report from city council. Staff, is there a report from city council?
Nope.
All right, item B, subcommittee formation reports and outstanding business. Commission calendar and study sessions.
None.
All right, colleagues, anything for the public record?
Can I just say one thing?
Of course.
Chairman, I'm wondering, my understanding is that the city has an Office of Cultural Affairs and that internally, that's where they do all their diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm wondering if we would want to make a recommendation. It doesn't have to be now because I know we have to vote on it. It has to be agendized. But that when we do every 4 years, these general plan amendments or reviews, that the general plan also goes through that lens so that, these issues that, we can bring them up as to what is of interest to us, but there's got to be like a broader review of what some of these policies and the impact that these policies have on our communities. And I'm wondering if there is a process that we can make a recommendation that the council, as this goes through a 4-year review process, that it's looked under that equity lens. Not sure how we would do that. Not sure if the city does that right now with any of these, but I'm just wondering, and maybe Vera, this is a question for you, of how we might make this happen so that, issues, we're not, because right now I feel like we're, a certain community is aware that something's happening, they come and they testify, and then we make decisions based on what we're hearing, instead of looking at a document and saying, okay, these are the implications, short-term and long-term, of the recommendations that are being made. So if there's any advice or counsel that we can get to see how we get this very important document under that lens, that would be very helpful.
I think if you desire to, we can place this on a future agenda and ask that the commission can discuss it. And if they desire, make a recommendation to your council liaison and ask them to bring it forward.
I think that's a great idea, Commissioner Montañez. And yes, we should definitely follow up. But I do see that I think Commissioner Caballero wants to add to the conversation. So please, Commissioner Caballero.
I just want to clarify that it's the Office of Racial Equity and the director is Zuma Maciel. So I just want to make sure that we're making when we eventually bring it up, that we make it to the right agency or department within the city manager's office.
I'll let you guys lead. I just know that there's something, but absolutely, Commissioner Caballero, whatever that is.
So what we'll do then is maybe Commissioner Montañez, if you can connect with Vera offline to have the conversation about agendizing it, what it looks like. I think that'd be I think that'd be really cool, actually. So thank you for suggesting that.
Well, and the other thing the other thing that I would want to mention too is let's see if your liaison wants to be part of that conversation. And so, we could invite him to that meeting as well. If he desires to come or has the opportunity to. I don't know if Robert or Michael have any comments on this, but you have a pretty full agenda before the end of the year. When would you be looking at this coming back, since this is not an urgent item, but it is on your mind? And I say it's not urgent because it's part of the 4-year review and we've already completed it almost, so.
Was that a question of Commissioner Montañez?
It's a question of anybody on the commission.
I would say, well, I think we deal with it sometime in January. I think we're wrapping up the year. Things are happening, but I do think it would be a very, very powerful way by which to start the new year. Definitely sets a nice tone in terms of some of our thinking. I think would help staff to also get deeper, since again we haven't had the chance to meet each other in person. For a lot of us, it gives staff a good opportunity to get an understanding of our mental state and the things that are of concern to us. So I think early January. But I think if Commissioner Montañez and Vera and whomever else Vera thinks needs to be at this meeting can have perhaps an initial conversation to structure it, that'd be great.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I just am going, staff and I can suggest some agenda language, and it will be up to the commission whether or not you want to forward a recommendation or not, or whether you can agree on one. And it's just a matter of discussion for you and giving direction, giving direction to staff and potential recommendation through your liaison. So
Vera, do you recommend that I have a conversation with the liaison, or do you recommend, I think what Chair Bonilla is saying, that maybe you and I have a conversation with the liaison, or do you recommend that I just do that?
We could, or if you desire to do that, that's fine. That's fine. I think that what they would probably be looking at is a recommendation, though, from the entire commission, not just an individual member. But you can certainly start that conversation with them if you desire, and because the commission doesn't give direction to staff. We can certainly put items on the agenda if you want to do that, but it would be, the entire council directing staff to do something.
Correct.
And the liaison desiring to take that forward to the council.
Sounds good. So then we'll look forward to you and staff putting together some language then for a meeting in January.
Yeah. And let's do this just because it is 11 o'clock at this point, and let's just do that. Let's Commissioner Montañez, reach out to Vera offline, figure out collectively how you want to do this. I fully support it, so let's get it on the agenda in early January. And then, but before we do that, Robert, I know you have your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to let the commission also know that all items that go to City Council actually go through that lens. It's just that we don't do that for this commission.
That's great. No, I think it'd be a helpful exercise, and I don't want to hold up Commissioner Caballero and her lovely puppy Willow that's on her lap right now. So I will end the meeting with my comments. I hate to do this again, but I'd like to end the meeting in honor of my grandmother, who passed away a week ago today.
I'm sorry.
93 years old, beautiful life, beautiful gift. But I do want to honor her, Marta Martin. So everyone have an awesome night. Thank you.
May she rest in peace.
Good night.
Sorry for all of your losses this year, Rolando.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.